And we're live. Welcome back. It's been a couple weeks. There's been some things getting in the way of a couple of the sessions, but you know, we're here now. Poor Anima has been getting the rough end of the schedule stick lately. But we are here, and so let's do a quick recap before we start. You guys have gone to Sebastian's, the place where he grew up, to experience all the wonderful memories he has of this place, deep down underground in a secret facility where they stress out psychic kids to improve their psychic powers, where nothing will ever totally go wrong, except for the mush people and exploded heads you've come across up until this point.
It was thoughtful of them to keep your crib, by the way.
Very nice.
So yes, you guys have gone through the underground facility, going through a variety of areas, coming across all kinds of strange abominations and wacky physics.
There definitely wasn't a reverse pH bathroom and a bunch of grotesque children.
Definitely not a bunch of rooms that if we entered, we could have just died.
Or one room that's back wall was just a wall of meat that was probably a child at one point. And almost was a Finwith.
It just wanted a hug Finwith. I don't understand.
And he's off from hugs from anything with that wall. He'd rather the Arctic Chimeras come back.
Yeah. There's also some rooms that would have killed you if you stayed in it too long. Like the reverse carbon dioxide room.
Yep. I mean, that would have been sucked if you went in or if you left it again.
Yep. You guys finally managed to make it to the back part of the facility, where you guys found a secret door that led into the housing chambers, or the living quarters, of the scientists, which was in stark contrast to the bare slate stone walls and bleak chambers. A rather nice looking place with its own facilities, cafeteria, restrooms, rec rooms, and the like. And everyone there had murdered each other with whatever they could get their hands on, or with their bare hands, depending. And you finally came across a singular living individual, now gaunt, emaciated, and not quite right. Though, unfortunately, you didn't get really much time to chat with the individual before a strong sense of severe paranoia overcame the group. Fortunately, Sebastian was able to overcome this strong paranoia before getting slammed into a wall by Anastasia. After that...
Knock the fuck.
Yeah, and knocked the fuck out. After that, all hell broke loose as everyone started attacking everyone. It was a hellish endeavor. Anastasia was able to save Sebastian afterwards in a weird flip of paranoia from Alexei, who was trying to stop Anastasia from eating Sebastian. And then Finwith and Alexei dueled off after Finwith was trying to stop Alexei from attacking Anastasia, who at first Finwith thought was trying to eat Sebastian. It's been really fucky, to say the least.
No, but clearly he was in the wrong, and what actually was happening is that Anastasia was using his superior speed to save Sebastian from Alexei, clearly. And then he got bisected. He was fine though.
Just about.
After a little while.
And then Finwith became something horrible.
He slithered off into the dark recesses of the facility and turned into something which somebody didn't get to see.
No, but he did get to experience it firsthand as you bit through his neck and injected him with poison, killing him instantly. As Sebastian died. Or at least
Whoops.
mostly died. He got better. They just had to sacrifice a demon heart and place it in his chest. It's fine.
It was very cool.
It's everything Alex has ever wanted.
Yeah.
Sebastian making a deal with Horcrux has now come back to life with the stipulation that on the night of the new moon, Horcrux gets to take over his body. With the stipulation that he can't attack any of Sebastian's friends.
Of which there are only 3.
So, Sebastian was woken up, now with an enlarged heart beating in his chest. And some new dark demon powers. Alex's favorite.
I am very excited. Things just work out sometimes, you know? Sometimes you think cards aren't going in your favor. You've lost everything. You double down, double or nothing, and you get a fucking royal flush. It just happens sometimes.
I hate you. And everything that comes out of your mouth. I'm glad I didn't kill you, though. I mean, I didn't, kill you, forever kill you.
I mean, based on what happened last session, I'm glad you did. So...
I know you are, but Finwith isn't.
I'm clipping that section there. I may have to edit it a bit, but pretty sure it's gonna be good. Anyway, once Anastasia, before Sebastian died, he managed to get up, break Anastasia out of their madness, followed by Alexei out of Alexei's madness. Nearly avoiding death at that point as well, I might add. And finally, after Finwith had gotten out and burrowed into a small, hillside or burrow, some kind of, landmass, you guys managed to finally sit down, talk with each other. It was a relaxing night, despite what happens the day before.
I should also a very sad pity party.
Yes, and Anastasia was brooding.
As he does.
As he do. But with all that out of the way, you guys have now set on or are getting ready to take on whatever this is that has driven everyone in the facility mad. And also there's another psychic force that's in the facility that you guys have yet to deal with as well.
Should we come up with a safety word for, when we feel very, very paranoid?
Yeah,
Still
sure.
have yet to break Finwith out of his paranoia.
Yeah, no, don't worry about that. Alex, since you're playing Sebastian, what is Sebastian's safe word for, I think I'm going mad again?
I think I'm going mad again.
Finn with voice. I think I'm still mad. Thank you, Suzanne, but I got this.
That none
about
of
that,
you will
actually.
say because you're afraid of looking mad in front of your friends.
I don't want to hurt our friends' feelings.
The paranoia. They're like, oh no, if I say this, are they gonna attack me? I'm not gonna say this at all. But if any of them say it, I'm gonna slay them right on the spot. There's no safe words for madness. Cthulhu doesn't know the meaning of the word no.
And how bad's the paranoia, by the way? That's Finn, like where Finn with is currently.
Did we break it? I thought we,
No,
it's
never,
like-
it didn't get broken.
If I remember correctly, it's like a little kernel that's always going to be in the back of your mind, which might get worse as you get close to the thing.
It is currently suppressed.
Yeah, I forgot about that. That's right.
Because you can't make the save, if I remember correctly.
Oh, no, there's no way.
Well, I can end
Unless you give him a disgusting leadership bonus or you use a psychic point, it's not happening.
Well, you guys
So-
pretty much rested a whole night, so Sebastian should have all his psychic points.
do all 2 of them.
That's enough.
Fuck yeah.
It is, but just making sure. We'll come into planning. Can you both actually make the same? Like, Finn with can, but Anastasia and fucking Alexi, can you?
Alexei has a shot, yeah. It's not a great shot, but he has a shot.
What was it? It's been a while.
It's like 180 psychic resistance check.
Not even if I roll 100.
Alright, so, wait, you...
Okay.
I thought you managed one time. You broke out of it.
I used that.
He
Well,
broke me at it, and I think I got lucky on the bonus. Oh, I do have the bonus from the headband.
Yeah,
But even then,
get
I-
the headband.
The headband is what's giving me a 20% shot.
Yeah, I'd say the same.
You know,
Well,
if it wouldn't make my character
21%.
cry with the implication, honestly, it'd probably be easier if you went and murdered the fucker alone, just because so you're all gonna go crazy again. But yeah, I'm sure it'll go fine. Maybe it's one of those once you break out of it, you're good kind of things.
You guys do remember that at least as far as traveling to the facility, you guys didn't really seem to struggle with it until you came into close proximity of it.
I would like to point out you can also just spend a permanent psychic point to gain the ability permanently.
Like the
Yeah.
free access?
It's a generic psychic ability.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'd like to do that, please.
sure.
Yeah, he told you when he the like detecting psychic matrices thing.
I remember you saying that. Yeah, I
Yeah, so you can just permanently invest the point if you want.
and I comprehend the things I'm told.
I'm glad I could
Yes,
be
we've established
an
that.
encyclopedia for your use, Alex.
I mean, I just thought you
Related,
were
but
just
I have a
not
s-
wanting to spend the point on it because, I mean, when will you ever not? When will we ever come up against psychics again?
I would also say probably check your inventory, see if there's anything like useful. Because
Whoa, I have a
lot of shit.
robbery? Whoa. No, I refuse to check my inventory for reasons I've stated already.
I'm gonna throttle you.
Yeah, okay, I have Destroy Matricy now. Just for free. Or for a point, whatever.
Alright, I have to remove my potion of life. God damn it.
Yep.
I think Anastasia is the only one with one left now.
Well, if anything, he's using out one of y'all because he just needs to sleep and he's fine.
True. Does it just boosts your regeneration, right? Is that what it does?
Yeah.
Yeah, for
That's-
5 turns, you gain like 10 HP a turn. Basically.
Well, that just boosts Anastasia's like regeneration. Good lord.
No, it sets your regeneration to a level.
Nah.
I should also mention, when you attempted to attack it last time, despite feeling rather confident in your strike, you nearly struck Anastasia instead.
Which is what started us on this roller coaster of chaos.
Yeah. So, what I'm hearing is if I want to fight this thing, I'll have to intentionally attack Anastasia this time. Alright, makes sense.
Good luck hitting him. He's a dodgy little thing.
Yeah.
It's more the counterattack you have to worry about.
Yeah. True. It's, being fucking baseball batted with a greatsword.
Maybe we don't have attacking our friends anywhere in this plan, considering it made us do that anyway.
We did learn from Finwith's staff that to kill this thing, we have to attack its soul.
Of you able to stab a soul?
I don't know, DM, what key ability is stab soul?
I believe there is one that allows you to do energy damage.
I would also like to point out, Alec, you have a soul knife.
I have a what?
Your demonic abilities. You literally have a soul
Oh,
knife.
yeah. You're right.
Oh, Alex.
But yes,
I'm not going
there's
to touch my equipment or my abilities.
there is an energy damage technique you can do.
There it is.
There's no passive ability though. There's the ability
You
to
also
strike
have your fuck
energy.
off sword. Yeah, you at least have your fuck off murder sword.
I have a. Well, I just need to do what I did in Divinity and eat every ghost I find. Now I get a bonus from it.
I saved so many ghosts from you. It's ridiculous.
I made us reload because I ate one on accident. And I felt bad. And then I got to the end and was like, hey, dragon fuckers.
If they didn't
Dragon.
want me to eat every soul in the game, they wouldn't have let me do it. That's my excuse.
You failed their social experiment.
If the game didn't want me to eat ghosts, they shouldn't have given me the option.
100% run. Am I right, boys? Hi,
Did
Celeste.
someone say genocide run? Anyway, so you guys have awoken. It's a slightly misty morning up in the mountains. Very serene, calm, a little chilly. And you guys have to decide how you're going to try to defeat a Lord of Madness.
Finwith sadly clicks where he stands amidst the group. Every adjustment of the additional legs, mandibles, just makes an unsettling, scuttling noise, even standing still.
I like how Alex is holding a tray for mini construction.
It helps me pay attention. And it helps me focus.
Oh no, he has fallen so hard for Warhammer. He's just like, I can't focus if I'm not painting.
That sounds like a drug addiction, Alex.
No. I'm fine. I can
He can
stop.
stop anytime.
I don't know anyone who
doing
drives
something,
to
guys.
Yakima on the weekend to spend hundreds of dollars. Sounds like a drug addiction to me.
I'll have you know, there wasn't a Warhammer store at Yakima, so I didn't do that. So, take that, Cameron.
But if there was, you were
Check.
going
But
to,
if there,
weren't
but
you,
if
Alex?
there was, like,
You were going to, weren't you, Alex?
well, it's in the north, not Yakima.
Mhm.
You also work at one that gives a lot of good ones. But not doing something idly with my hands helps me, like, listen. So,
Anyway. Well, for those who don't live in Washington, Yakima is like the worst town in the whole state. The worst city in the whole
it's scary.
state. It is
Very
legitimately scary, the amount of gang activity present there.
Hold on, you got a cat to deal with.
But at least Sebastian is kind of like sitting somewhere, probably like next to whatever fire they have going. Just full on like both hands underneath his chin, just like thinking. He is in somewhat of a similar state as you've all seen him. He's in deep I am planning mode. Deep just tactics time. He is trying to work with every piece of information he knows to try to come up with some type of plan. They're not going to enter this facility again without a plan.
Sebastian would be the worst person in the world to play Warhammer with. His turns would take an eternity.
They would either take an eternity or be super quick because he's like, I knew what I was going to do right when you started yours.
Oh my god.
But no.
Well, instead of Warhammer, let's focus on the like Lord of Shadows rather than the warp shit that's come out.
Agree. Yeah.
So out of all of us, Sebastian's most likely equipped to do this mechanics wise. Alexei has the katana, but that's like a one-hit deal.
Coincidentally, could be used by Sebastian.
You could psychically unsheath and stab something with the super energy blade. In the most anima or like anime display, to psychically unsheath and do an energy like swipe attack with a katana.
Literally just Kenshi from Mortal Kombat at that point.
I fucking
It
hate
is
this.
to be that, but
Unfortunately, the sword only works with a proper drawing, like mechanically.
I actually got to use those noodle arms.
It has to be drawn and struck within the same turn. Just leaving the sheath is not enough. The sword is meant for like EI jutsu kind of stuff. Otherwise, it's like a broken sword, so.
Alright. Other part of deep Sebastian thought. He wants to see if he can communicate with Horcrux at all.
Okay. How do you attempt to do this?
He just in his own head, deep thought tries to almost like visualize that void he was in before, and from that point try to call out for Horcrux.
Okay. Go ahead and just roll for me a. This will just be a standard will check. So,
Okay.
D10 plus your willpower.
Is a 20.
Okay. So you're sitting there thinking, and you close your eyes and you try to recede into the depth of your mind. As you do so, you're staring into the dark void that you saw before, and you're overcome by a chilling sensation that crawls across your skin. And then a voice calls out to you. Back again so soon.
I have questions for you. We are dealing with something that was referred to as an angel of madness. A creature that we can only see if we go mad, and a creature that makes us attack each other. We can kill it by killing its soul, but you've given me ways to do so. How effective would you believe this to be? And also, do you know what this creature is?
Who knows? What happens to you and your friends is no concern of mine. Plus, I know you have a strong will to survive.
Ooh, I have an idea of something. Yep, Sebastian would do it. What do you do? Would you wish to do next new moon? What will you do when you take control?
That's for me to know.
I'm asking because I can help you with it. I can make sure you get more time to do what you wish to do. I can give you a head start while I'm in control. Hand it over to you. That way you have more time to do what you want to do. In exchange, I just want the information I need.
All right. If you spend yes. Relinquish your body to me for a week, and I'll tell you the information you need.
This is a hard decision, actually. I can't do that.
Well, then I guess you'll just have to figure it out yourself.
I guess I will. And like after he says that, just disconnects whatever line they have.
Okay.
Sebastian hangs up on you before you're finished speaking.
Yeah.
He has no time for one-liners.
Demon calls back. Did you just hang up on me?
You come back to like Finn with like slightly like leaned down, his torso still like too longly kind of like twisted over to make up for like how extended his abdomen is, and he just waving like a hand in front of your face slightly.
It's not surprised by it. He just like looks up at you.
You okay?
I was thinking.
Kind of makes an unsure expression at that, but kind of shuffles back a bit. If you need, I can use it again. He kind of reaches down to his side where he has the walking stick.
I don't think we'll get any new information, sadly. But at least I've told the others, but not you. Remember that demon lord Horcrux. The one you fought.
Oh,
one
the
that's-
coward?
Yes. I have their heart now.
He just looks between them back to you.
He shows like the obvious fucking cut on his chest.
You gave us no choice.
At that, when Anastasia says that, all of the legs kind of like snick in closer to his body. It's hard to read his expression with the mandibles covering his mouth and jaw, and with the black segmented glassy eyes.
At this too, Sebastian, note like seeing this just goes it's something I planned for. In any situation where that happened. Though, it is important to let you know, every night on the new moon, they will take me over. Under the condition that you three will not be harmed in any way.
Which is not.
Parts of Sebastian fighting at this as he fidgets like really just uncomfortably, but he says, I informed him that he could not do anything that would harm my friends.
Benoit doesn't say anything. He just fiddles with his hands slightly. Reaches for a totem amongst the leathers. Just messes with it quietly.
Though, as well, they've given me access to something that might prove helpful. Especially if the only way to fight this thing is by damaging its soul. I can do that now, and I was trying to see if they could give me any more information, but they proved difficult. I commend you for killing him. He sounds insufferable.
If you get a response to it, the facial expression, the tick of it is so minor it's hidden entirely by the twisted facial features. So, what do you want to do about Lusta down there?
It's a hard decision. On one hand, leaving it be could be useful. Might be better for us, but I'm not sure.
I'm not good with this. I don't know how to make it not. And he just like lifts up, and there's like an uncomfortable twist. All of the legs, like, for a moment, they resettle as he scratches at the back of his neck. The hand kind of lingers there. We still have to go back down, but I didn't even see it. I don't know how to help you with it. You have to tell me. There's still the other one, too.
That's true. At least now, I've used it enough to be confident in doing this, but I can end the effect it has. It's a psychic ability. I can destroy the psychic ability.
Can you make it go away forever, or will it just do it again?
If it does it again, I'll have to do it again.
What if I get you again before it stops?
It'll make it harder. I know at least I can resist most things, especially when it comes to anything affecting with my mind.
There's a slight rustle of branches as Anastasia jumps down from where he was sitting. I don't know if I can face it with you. Mainly because if it takes over, it's not going to take much for me to down you in one hit. You wouldn't even get a chance to break anything from me.
That's why I'm working to come up with a plan.
Well, while you do that, then maybe we just go kill the last one of the wrong ones. We can't leave it.
I can. I don't think I'd feel right unless I left this place destroyed. I might be able to come up with something. Something that will ensure all of us being of somewhat right mind. The trouble comes with the fact we have to be influenced by it to even see it.
Anastasia just sits down next to the fire and just waits. Examining his armor. Whenever his mind starts to wander.
I can't do anything to its soul, so if there's anything else I can do to help.
The only way that I can do it closely is one swing from gestures that Taian Natsuki. It will be only for one swing, though. I am afraid that if I fall, there's a good chance that it might be similar to when Anastasia fell. So, if that happens, I know what you must do to prevent me from doing too much damage. If you would like to hear it.
I can always just end the effect.
That is true. Are you confident with the ability to end the effect, though?
Mostly. As confident as I am in my other abilities. Sebastian kind of like goes back into deep thought and analyzing the situation, seeing that they're at what feels like insurmountable odds. It's a thing they just cannot fight in any way. He will almost like in his head just go back to the beginning when they first entered knowing nothing and just relay every piece of information he has about the facility, both before when he was a kid and now, laying everything to try to come up with some sort of plan. And I would like to make a tactics roll if I could.
Okay, go ahead.
It's fucking garbage. Holy shit, that's a 215.
That's fucking garbage.
That's so shit. You should
It's
use your
really-
Touched by Destiny to reroll that.
I should, honestly.
It's a pretty rough roll, man.
Yeah, I got a 15.
Fucking D100 systems.
I
Late
mean-
level D100 systems.
I mean, you only really hit the 180 difficulty.
Did you really succeed?
It's only absurd.
Yeah, you didn't get to the almost impossible DC. Fucking cringe.
I mean, to be fair, I guess his level, that's those are actual, like,
They are actual
valid
complaints.
complaints, yeah.
You're like, oh, my to hit's only a 220? Gross.
Jess's reaction is great.
Anywho, so with that, first, real quick, tell me, what is your command box? What's the geonosis it can do?
Command box. There it is.
Make
Gnosis.
a robot samurai.
It's Gnosis 20.
20.
And for every level of success above a 120, that was a tactics I have to roll for it, I remember. For every level of success, it increases the construct's level by 1.
All right.
I'm better than your bots. Ha!
One second here. So, your tactics are this. If you need energy damage to even hurt this thing in the first place, it leaves you very little options. You could always attempt to hold an action to destroy matrices. If you go in with Alexi, you two by yourselves. But this has got a lot of variables. And unfortunately, if either you or if you become affected, it kind of all goes down the drain. And while you're confident in your ability to resist, you know it's not 100% chance. And wearing the headbands while assisting you would prevent you the use of your other abilities as efficiently, which means even your ability to destroy matrices. Consequently, if you could come up with a proper schematic for your command box, you're confident that the artificial thing that you create would not be affected by such psychic abilities, as it has no mind to control or go mad.
That's why you check your fucking inventory, you scrub.
Consequently, you can give your thing supernatural attack, which causes its attacks to attack on the energy table. Granted, you're not sure it could hit this thing with the level of capabilities you've been able to create. But maybe for machines it just works differently. It's hard to say. It's something that's untested. Beyond that, you also have access to a relatively powerful enough wizard who may or may not have some other kind of way of getting beyond its defenses.
It's true. There is, after probably like 20 minutes, just silence. Just Sebastian, rapid eye, just moving, looking down, just eventually kind of like looks up suddenly, reaching for something that he has to his side, pulling out the small box. We might have a way to deal with this. He holds out the box and just I can construct something that is unable to be affected by its abilities. And should be able to damage it as well. We can ask Golem for help.
As Sebastian starts talking, Alexi looks over, and then when you pull out the box, there's like a look of recognition, as he hasn't seen you have this since we came out of the prison of Noah.
Or the prison.
Yeah, that hasn't been I haven't found a great moment to use it.
Yeah, because we left combat and went directly into an extended social period. Where it's like, what are you gonna do? Make a robot that's just gonna like face tank vampire politics? No.
Use it to clean for me for like 7 seconds.
During the time you were in thought, Anas would have gone out, hunted down something small for food, and it's roasting over the fire.
You're feeding someone else?
May as well. Everyone else needs food.
He's already drank it.
He just needs to drain it like a Capri Sun.
I mean, I guess that's fair. It's just one of those things. Like, he goes out for food and starts cooking. I'm like, you know, you're
Wait a
on
minute.
Nutella, right?
He's just talking over the fire. He's not doing anything with it. He doesn't know what to do.
Yeah, he's probably used to. I mean, you've been traveling with them for a hot minute before we got the giant flying ship.
Here's
They could have been
Sebastian.
one.
Brain food. It's a squirrel.
Quite literally, I could just imagine like not skinned, or no, not even that. It's you've seen someone do something a bunch, you've never done it, so you're like, I kind of think this is how they did it. Like, you're just figuring it out.
It cooks a little faster because it's completely drained of fluids.
Desiccated dried squirrel jerky from the vampire.
Okay, how
Skin
does
still
it make
hot.
jerky?
It's the thought that counts.
I hate this family. It just taps the like shovel shaped like claws together. Little, you can see the little hairs are still on his hands. It kind of catches like a nervous thing he's doing. So, we go kill the other one or that one first. Oh, that thing kills it.
Also, how have we been able to get in contact with Golan? Usually?
It's a good question.
It's been a minute.
He gets in contact with us. We
Yeah,
don't
normally.
contact him because he doesn't have an earring. And
No,
none
it's
of
like
us
a
have
dad who
magic.
doesn't. Yeah, it's like a dad who doesn't use a cell phone. He just drops you off at the movie theater and says, "I'll be here at this time. Be here at this time." I'm like, yeah, okay.
Why haven't we given him the earring? Makes it so much easier.
Because what if I want to talk to one of you guys?
What if we?
What if we split the party?
Do you remember how long you told him to wait this time around? Like stairs. Also, legitimately, you know he's floating around in a castle in the sky right now, so one of you could, well, the only one of, oh no, two of you can
There's two of us
literally
that can fly.
fly up to him if need be.
What I was thinking, as Sebastian sits up more with the box, and actually, I'm thinking it might be better for us to talk to Golan first before going after the other psychic, because I was thinking of testing out whatever thing I can create with the box on that psychic to see it would even work. I want something tested before I try to use it on the real thing.
Okay, I can go up and ask him.
I can go with you.
It's fine, you can figure out your box. He can just come down if he wants.
That's a good point.
I mean, we could just all go.
I don't want to make him have to pull everyone up.
I mean, you have both flown somebody before.
Mm.
Well, then at least make sure we both have the earrings. That way, if I need to give you information or vice versa, we can easily do it.
Yeah, I can take one. He kind of shuffles backwards a bit and reaches up, kind of prying at the joint of the mandible, and there's like a suck that gives way before he begins to pry off the other centipede bits. A couple cracks as his torso realigns and settles back to its regular length. Legs adjusting as well, some too. Not as obvious until his torso's somewhat normal. And blinks his way back to regular eyes before he holds out a hand for whoever the other person is with the earring. I think it's an us.
He's once you're back to normal, he takes off the earring, as he doesn't see a way the earring would work in your previous form.
He still had his ears.
Thanos doesn't know that.
You can see them. He normally has his hair tucked back. But he holds out a hand. It doesn't quite meet your eyes. Before there's a moment's pause and the wings kind of tear free. And off he goes.
Okay. So, you ascend into the sky. It takes a solid about, like, what's your flight speed?
The owl, I think 14.
14? No.
Sorry, 12.
I was about to say, there's no way in hell it's 14.
It's only 2 points off. It's still ridiculous.
Those 2 points make a huge difference in the system.
Yeah, the curve does get really bad. But no, natural flight caps at 12. 14 is
okay.
Into magical.
It still takes about 10 minutes to fly up to the appropriate height. It's about a mile up.
He doesn't exactly speed it either.
And as you kind of ascend above the kind of misty skyscape and ascend above the clouds, you see the Temple of the Skyward Eye kind of just almost ominously just hanging in the air. There's just something about this obviously stone structure just levitating on a cloud. It's something that you don't really think about often, but just looking at it, you appreciate just how strange it is in this moment. Before you fly up, landing on the overlook part and descending down the large stairway that leads to the belly of the temple.
Click clack of talons all the way down.
You enter in and go to like the main control room, for lack of any better direction to go. And fortunately for you, Olin seems to be there operating some of the panels. You see a large set of screens overlooking a snowy mountainscape, which you believe to be the peak of the world. And he hears you and he turns around.
Anything fun while we were gone?
Somewhat. There's been some activities from dragons in the region.
The feathers fluff up slightly. Oh, just dragons? And wait, multiple?
2 of them. He
What color are they? He kind of walks over closer towards the cameras.
Turns and he does something with the screens, and the screen flickers. It turns into a different screen, and writing you don't understand. He seems to select a few different options before the screen pops up, and he holds a hand out and manually adjusts the timeline of the film. And you see over one of the camera views a sudden rush of a blurry image that's of a slightly bluish tint. And he does something similar on a different screen, picks a few options, and he pulls up a screen, which you don't really see anything on at first, but he like expands and you see a very blurry image kind of far in the background. Some winged thing flying in the sky high above the mountain range. which you can see a hint of red.
At that, all the feathers slide as close to him as they get. Oh.
Well, Olin has been in touch. He says not much has happened with Horingham as of late. Though pockets of those frostbitten have been found here and there, deep in the mountain range.
But none like before.
Nothing of similar caliber.
He say anything is Skogenjäger okay? No more frostbitten or raids there.
It doesn't seem to be, but he's not been to the town since you all left originally.
He just nods.
There has been a disturbing amount of activity from the sculling, though, in the peak of the world.
The feathers kind of shuffle, the wings resettling over his shoulders. So we dealt with most of the stuff down in the facility. Kind of trips over how to say it first. There were a bunch of the kids like him that were all wrong. But we got most of them, just one left. And we found I use the walking stick, and there's something called the Angel of Madness in there. It turned us on each other.
He typically has a rather stony expression. But he turns and looks at you and he says, well, I don't know what this Angel of Madness is. I do know that anything that can affect your mind is more dangerous than you can possibly imagine. Tread warily.
Do you have any shaman spells or rites for that? The only way to fight it is if it doesn't make us fight each other run, and we have to be able to hurt its soul.
Unfortunately, I'm not particularly well versed when it comes to essence magic, which would be helpful in protecting your state of being. Nor am I particularly that well versed in water magic as well, which has similar properties. He puts a hand to his chin and thinks for a moment. We could try a summoning. I'm sure there's some creatures in the archive that have some abilities that might be useful to you. Though I'm not a summoner by nature.
Yeah, he just tilts his head and before he shakes it. No, I don't know how to do that. Though maybe there's stuff about shielding your mind in the library thing. Sebastian was asking it about psychics, so maybe it knows things.
It's possible, but whether that information will be helpful for you is a different matter. If you need certain capabilities, then that would be nothing we could recreate. This place does have an extensive amount of knowledge when it comes to summoning, though, as the Deva were so prone to do. But beyond that, I really have little else that we can handle, at least at this point. If we needed to go to another region to get aid or find some answer to your problem, that is also possible, I suppose.
Gonna help him with it. It made us hurt each other. He kind of, the talons hook into one another and pull until there's like a crack from a few knuckles before he shakes them out. I'll ask. And he kind of finally puts the earring on. And he'll relay everything that he was told. Minus the dragon and sculling stuff. That's not relevant right now.
Yeah. Sebastian listens intently, memorizing like everything you've said.
Is there anything I forgot to ask?
Oh, you covered all the things I would have asked. So, what was said about summoning and also getting aid from someone else could work. We do have contacts, at least. What was that one key user we met? The fire one.
You mean Ken?
I don't know if you're saying this out loud or not.
I guess actually for the sake of the others, sure. So it's not just that, but at that just kind of nods like Ken.
Oh, yeah, Ken Kuni Kita.
Ken. Kind of turning to Alexei, like, I know little about Key. How helpful could that be here?
As far as I am aware, Ken specialized in fire, not so much this energy that he kind of jingles the katana.
My thought process was, didn't he say he came from some sort of school? Or at least
Yeah, he did.
That he did, yes.
Then maybe there are some key users that could help us there. I would also say Kitwana, but I don't think he could attack us all.
It's too far.
Yeah.
The temple can't get that far south.
Didn't one of Radovan's friends have magic abilities with water? I can't remember.
We could script the old party. That's a
Let Jacques have his retirement. He's been through enough.
If you show up, he's going to stab all of you.
You know, the funny thing about that too, Suzanne, like, as just talking about, like, in my head, I wasn't going to say it, but I was like, didn't we know a key user, a really powerful one from what I've heard? One with, like, 2 guns? No.
He also
could
can't
probably
shoot
just
energy.
I mean, but theoretically, could he?
Unless.
And
Unless-
then there was the other vampires that summoned the blood one.
Oh, that's true.
You also know that
It took a lot of work.
Radovan has also been in contact with the Magus Order.
We could talk to Radovan as well.
You guys have so many contacts that you could possibly utilize in this situation.
Yeah, but we feel bad about bothering them, except for Sebastian.
No, I don't feel
Who
bad at
uses
all. I need their help.
contacts in Anima? Ugh.
I cry so hard. I spent all
Looks
this
at the
time
fact that Astrid
establishing
literally had
networks.
special contracts advantage.
The Astro game was the
believe.
worst. You guys had so many contacts, and you're just like, nah, we'll figure this out ourselves.
That's because we were always traveling for 5 fucking months before we hit a problem and had no way to call any of them.
Now we have
you
fast
have a
travel.
flying castle.
Now
We
can
didn't have
go
a
into
flying
fucking
castle.
Mode 7.
I told you this is the worst of our parties in Anima to ever get a flying castle that is a trove
And
of
I mean,
knowledge and this self-sustaining internal garden that can grow literally anything. Like, these are the dumbest motherfuckers on fucking Gaia.
and I mean, if we bother them, they have to talk to the Inquisition about why there was a flying castle parked above their place.
Well, that's easy. We just go to Rosencrantz. It's just we're just gonna ignore the Astrid game dealing with that.
I'm just
but-
kidding.
At least
Rosencrantz isn't super far. We can always go back. If you don't mind waiting.
I
If
have a
this
question
will-
for the GM. Sorry.
Sure.
not a problem.
Does madness count as a natural state, or is that a supernatural state?
It depends on what inflicts it. Normal madness is a natural state. Supernatural madness is a supernatural state.
That's fair.
Anima said fuck you in easy rules.
I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory.
Yeah, no, but it's just like it has the option for literally everything.
It's true.
I believe getting some help from allies is a worthwhile endeavor, even if it will prolong this.
It hasn't left all this time. It's not going to now.
As soon as we leave, yes, I'm free, and it just flies off.
Scuttles out on the ceiling.
Yeah, it was the castle that was keeping it like fucking in place somehow with some weird magics.
You also know that Olin has the ability to use equivalently the sending spell.
Guys, we're just gonna do Avengers Endgame here. Calling everyone in. Get every contact we have.
There's not
more
enough
people.
room down there.
Oh,
We'll
We're
so
having
we're-
a
find a
conference
way.
call at the castle.
so what you're saying is we're getting like a fourth of the Avengers together and like nobody else?
Because that's all they can fit. Or no, this is just right now is the end of every Marvel movie leading up to the Avengers. Just end credit scene, Samuel L. Jackson be like, I need you.
Well, if you want to wait, then you can all come up here and Olin can try and reach people. Then we can go ask and go in safer.
That's a good idea. We should do this.
Well, pack up camp. We'll see you in a bit then. And he takes off the earring and kind of clicks it back and then shoves it in a pocket after he like wraps it in something. And he looks up at Olin and is like, I'll be in the other room. Just leaves. Like,
He calls out to you,
wings
Finward.
crushed inside.
Something seems to have disturbed you.
Taps awkwardly for a moment. And he kind of waffles there for a moment. The wings actually, like, getting him frustrated enough that the wings actually just kind of flutter aggressively for a moment. They hit a door jam and he just snaps it back to himself. I killed Sebastian.
Were you yourself at the time?
No, but Anastasia is mad at me.
He's flipping through some screens, and you see, like, an image of everyone kind of down in the camp.
And because I killed him, they used the heart from that thing we killed. And he had to make a deal with it to live.
So, do you feel that the state you're in now is any help to your friends?
No, that's why I want them to go find someone else who can help them.
He's, like, exhales deeply, and he says, "You know, I played a counselor for a long time. I got particularly good at reading my lord's emotions. And I'll tell you frankly, as you are right now, you're only going to impede them."
You know, it's...
Being okay with that is also not the answer. You have traveled with them up until this point. Obviously, they still find you useful. So, choose for yourself. Give up and get out of their way, or stop pitying yourself.
kind of clicks the talons together for a second. Nods. He leaves.
It just watches after you until you leave his sight. And he sighs again, and he just goes back to whatever he was working on before.
He returns to the like interior garden where he normally is set up instead of using one of those terrible, like, cold and unnatural little rooms they have. Flies up into or over to where he's kind of like set up like almost like a hammock area where he's had all those things. Takes it down and flies up higher into the trees to resettle everything.
Once everyone is done packing and is just like looking up or around, like all settled, without even so much as contacting them, you're suddenly struck by lightning and manifest on the in the control room with a as Olin is there. You can see, like, one of the screens has your campsite kind of on it.
There's the very obvious, like, reactionary shiver after the whole thing happened. As I don't know if you guys have ever had lightning strike next to you, but it's an experience. And he's just like, ugh. I will never get used to that.
Anastasia stretches next to you. I agree.
So about any like a negative reaction towards the lightning has been hidden. So Sebastian looks like normal.
Good. It will not always be done to your benefit. He's going through some of the screens and altering some stuff and doing some busy work. You don't see Finwith anywhere around.
Ah, Finwith must have gone to check on the trees, yes?
I imagine so.
He kind of like wanders up and not having still the proper prescription. He's just like kind of squints a bit at the screens. What are you up to?
Monitoring the regions around the peak of the world and keeping an eye on Earth, seeing if there's any activity. This facility was built for a reason, but in all its history, not once did it ever do anything of particular note, and I'm wondering why they spent so much effort to build such a facility.
He kind of watches with like interest, but it's like a very fading interest.
You can make neither head nor tails of anything that's going on.
Nope. It's like, oh, cool, Dad's doing something. Taxes. Duh.
Any sign of that dragon we had when we first entered the temple? Or is it gone?
Sorry, what?
And I would ask, any sign of that dragon that apparently showed up when we first got to this temple?
Oh, yes. He briefly goes over everything that's been going on, that he's noticed the sign of 2 dragons over the peak of the world, one red and one blue. And the small pockets of frostbitten and the increased schooling activity.
One dragon was bad enough. Now there's 2.
Finwith can confirm one dragon is bad enough.
There's fucking 2.
I'm heading to the library. And he just walks off towards the library itself out of the room.
Okay.
Oh, well. So yeah, I guess.
And he heads straight there. If no one stops him.
Okay.
And he's going to inquire to see if colors kind of give off any nature of what dragon's abilities are, or if it's just a color variation across the board.
Dipping into the servers, you have to. You guys know now the phrase is needed to set it to Latin, so you guys can speak with it commonly. It's like you just have to reset it every time, but you do it enough, it becomes easier. Maybe struggle with it a little bit at first because it's been a while, but eventually you get into it, and the Deva appears and he says, "Why, yes, the scales of a dragon are often indicative of the type of terrain they live in and what kind of breath weapons they can use." dragons have the ability to harness natural magics from the regions that they live in, being able to channel that as a weapon.
He pauses for a second. It's been forever. Did Finlet ever mention to the rest of the group in his dream the color of the dragon, if there was a dragon in his story?
Oh, for the dragon in the war.
Yeah.
I don't know if the color ever came up. If he were like telling a regular tale, he would go into like all the details and stuff, and beef it up as per the culture. But that one doesn't have too much pride in it. So when he did tell about like reliving and stuff, he probably wouldn't have gotten around to mentioning its color.
Okay, then.
But there was a dragon. That's not a question.
Until now, there's two in the mountains, and he doesn't know if either of them are one of them.
Well, that one ended under miles of snow and rock, so hopefully that one's actually dead.
Hopefully.
Be fucked up if not.
I mean, yeah, there was, it was kind of expressed, at least by, Claude, when you spoke with them, that the dragon...
Like, they killed the guy, connected to it. And they both
downed.
Also, I'm pretty sure somebody would have noticed a red dragon pull itself out of the side of a mountain with only the open plains between, them and the mountain in 3 years.
I don't know if this is a... Oh, I'll ask Cameron. 1 second.
Ominous.
And us, pausing for a minute, goes back to the database. What would cause a red dragon to be in the peak of the world then? Actually, he has a better question as far as the dragons are concerned. Once GM is done with secret talk.
Okay, I got my answer. Don't worry about it.
Only mildly concerning. And thus changes the question he was going to ask. Do dragons of different colors mate?
Sorry, going to my dragon section in the book.
Yeah, because I mean, would the colors mix?
If that's the case, that's a bad thing coming down the mountain.
So, the Dave speaks up. While not a lot is known about the procreation of dragons, as they oftentimes breed on a bicentennial scale, there are some reports of dragons of different scale color breeding with each other. Though this is rather irrelevant, as a dragon's scales, depending on its age, change based on the environment in which it lives. The older a dragon is, the longer it takes for its scales to change from one color to another.
Where would a dragon of red scales be from normally?
Dragons of red scales come from particularly hot regions or anywhere near volcanoes.
Now where the volcano is.
Red dragons can typically be found in desert regions, as the red scales help them absorb more energy in particularly cold nights, being as their scales are closer to the infrared spectrum of light, meaning that for more parts of the day, they can recharge their energy. None of what he's saying makes any sense to you.
He could go down so many tangents, but he's got one other extremely minor curiosity, but since he's on the subject, do dragons normally, or on occasion, have human descendants? It's just a minor curiosity he had because Ishtar was strange and dragon-like, but not even close.
Yes, dragons who are significant enough in age sometimes learn the abilities that give them transformative magics, allowing them to, on occasion, breed with various mortals. Though this is not the only case of inheriting a dragon's power, as several blood pacts have been formed in the past as well, giving entire family lines access to a phenomenon known as the power of the dragon.
Okay. That's all my questions, and he shuts down his table.
He fades.
Just don't trust it.
Turns around, sees Finn with just shifty eyes over at the doorway. He pauses for a minute, his curiosity sated. Stares at the floor for a little bit before taking a deep breath. And starts wandering to see if he can find Finwith.
I mean, you guys have no grand illusion as to where Finwith might be. Inside this place, there's only one place he ever goes.
True, but he doesn't know Finwith's moved, so he's gonna have to wander a bit before he finds him.
No. Well, yeah. In the actual, like, garden area.
That garden area is not small.
It's not a huge forest.
Yeah, it's not that huge. It's like a school gymnasium in size.
Looks for any obvious hammocks, but knowing Finwith, he probably camouflaged it.
Yeah, he doesn't hide from you guys. It's just more comfortable than the cold, metal-lined rooms or stone-lined.
How's the lighting in this room? Are there any shadows, or is it very similar to like the facility underground where it's lights everywhere?
No, there's no fluorescent lighting in this place. The Deva had a sense of, tact, and they have
Ominous mystery.
uh there are these like panels in the wall that emanate a lightish green color.
Okay.
It's dim but easy enough to see. Shadows abound.
You can warp through there as much as you want, and he's not like hidden. If you go looking, you're going to see the white fur and like the russet color of both, hair and wing.
All right. Another question. Well, I know Fimwith would build a hammock on sturdy branches. How likely is the chance there's another sturdy branch nearby?
I mean, the trees themselves are like fairly large, some of them in here. And normally if you're building like a hammock or some other like lifted like platform, whatever, he'd find like a good area that's sturdy. So, yeah, I'm not going to say that you can't whoop over there.
Well, I was going, if it's not close by, he'd be like way over shouting from another tree.
Not super far.
Okay.
There's not a lot of room in the room, so even if there's a bunch of trees, like their canopies are going to be pretty intermingling.
Why do I have a file called Dagon's Drowned?
I mean, he probably deserves it. Probably.
He's already been buried.
Did you know the spacebar turns off your webcam?
I almost did it, but I'm not going to try it.
Okay. He warps through a shadow nearby.
When you do spy him, he's kind of curled up with the wings over top.
Normal breathing, or is it like sleep breathing?
I don't know, you creep. How long do you stand there listening to his breathing when you land on the fucking tree branch?
Pauses for a second because he's not sure if Fem wants to sleep or not. Because if it is, it'll just be, I'll just come back later.
I don't even know what you would roll with that. Listen, Fenwith isn't good at hiding anything. Even if he was pretending to be asleep, he'd be bad at that. So, no, he seems to be awake, and after you kind of like land, there's like a resettle, and like you linger for a moment to find out. He kind of like shuffles a wing off to look at you. Did you need something? Or are we gonna start moving?
I owe you an apology for everything in that facility.
He looks away. None of us were okay. It's alright.
True, but it doesn't excuse my actions.
Well, I forgive you. He just kind of like is leaned. He's like pulled himself up out of it and like leaned against the tree. The wing's still kind of partially tucked around him over his knees.
And I forgive you for everything down there.
You know,
He's not keeping eye into contact with you at all. He's like glancing off to the side. I just wanted to do that. And then he just shifts into the shadow and is out the door and gone.
but you're such an edgy teenager trying so hard. I appreciate the effort. Phil just kind of curls his arms over the tops of his knees, sets his chin over top, fiddles with the wings for a bit, plucks a feather or two.
Goes back to find the rest of the group.
You're fast. You successfully escaped.
I'm actually curious, does Finwith have a form he could keep up with the Nasen? Aside from the Kongsbjorn?
What's the fastest you move?
I have 10 agility.
So how many feet do you move per turn?
Out of 10, I believe that's 100 feet around.
Okay, then yeah, he can keep
No,
up. He can actually beat you in the owl shape.
Okay.
Because the owl shape flies 160 feet. It's literally the only way to escape you, is just fucking fly.
Goes back to find the other two. If they're still in the room.
Sebastian at this point is in the library. He is doing what he's done a lot of the time.
I imagine, like, at one point, Alexi looks away from the screen and realizes he's all alone, and like, in the face, like, wanders off to go find somebody.
It's probably, I mean, yeah, actually, the two easiest people to find here is fucking Fidwith and Sebastian, because they're always in one or two spots. Like, Sebastian's always in the library, Fidwith's always in the trees.
I'm sorry, Anastasia runs 115 feet around.
So Finwith really wanted to keep up, and Anas just had this one moment where he was like, you know what, I'm running away, and just Finwith it flying overhead.
Nope, you're good. He does not follow you.
I know, I meant hypothetically in like a random situation. Nas has a teenage moment where he's like, you know what, I'm running away. And Finn was like, nope, just follows.
Catches and talons. And no, it'd be impossible to actually like keep Anastasia anywhere because he can just warp to the shadows.
To have a shadow to walk through. So technically, if you put me in a place of full light, I can't run.
Oh yeah, here, let me pull out all the fluorescent lights that my Viking has on hand.
Basically, if you want to get away from an Anas, you have to fly in a well-lit area.
And just launch off into the sky. It's fine.
At some point, Alexei would run into a Nas because he's just wandering the halls at this point looking for someone.
Oh, fair enough. Oh, I see you are back from the library. How did it go?
Good. Learned a bit about dragons. So apparently their scales change color with the region they're in. Red is either from a volcano or a very warm place like a desert.
I guess that would help them really well with camouflage. Admittedly, have not heard of somebody finding a dragon, so makes sense.
But there is a chance that might be a potential mating pair in the mountains.
Honestly, I never considered that. I thought maybe they were fighting for territory. But, I mean, it's possible.
True. That just means more dragons might be coming down from the peaks. But that's every century or bicentennial is what they said.
I have no idea what that means.
He goes through the conversions, at least in his mind, as to what he knows as a centennial. It takes a bit because he's having to go through old Latin before he finally gets to new Latin.
In real life, I don't know what that means. Let me look that up for you.
Bicentennial means every other century.
Ah. Is it... I mean, I haven't really heard anything about the... Well, outside of the story from Fenwith, I haven't really heard about the dragon attacking people.
Still, 2 dragons living in the peaks is probably not a good sign.
Or have I, Cameron? I do have a history.
For what? Sorry.
Oh, about stories of dragons coming down and attacking people. If there's anything.
Yes, there's literally tons. Whether they're actual history or not is a different question. But yes, the story of dragons, especially from the peak of the world and other like mostly uninhabited places, abound.
Then scratch that. He's heard a lot of stories. Admittedly, I'm not 100% sure on the accuracy of said stories.
Guess we'll just have to be more careful once we're back up in that area.
Or we could go fight some dragons.
I don't know. We brought it up with him, and he seems hesitant, surprisingly, given how strong they are.
Oh?
Well, he mentioned his history.
That is fair. And apparently you guys lost somebody to a dragon as well, from what I remember.
I honestly don't know. I have this odd feeling that he's going to be fine, but I don't know why.
I mean, maybe that he was buried under snow and rock and soil for 3 years was fine. He also got shot by a machine gun a bunch. It's okay.
Claude has been through some really weird situations. I think he'll be fine, though.
After you met him, he went into some very weird situations that I don't quite understand, but you seemed truthful when you were telling me, so I believe you.
I don't think I could make up stories like that even if I wanted to.
I mean, you are imaginative. I've seen some of the techniques you use. It takes a creative mind to create techniques like that.
Looks off to the side a little concerned as the techniques he's picked up come from nightmares.
Alexei doesn't know that.
No, and he's not going to start talking outright about his nightmares.
Fair.
So, are we heading back to Moth? What's the plan?
I mean, I thought we were going up to Golan to try and figure that out, but then everybody left. And suddenly I found myself in the room with them. I had been staring at the screen, but I got to be honest with you. I am lost. I just continually looked at the screen, and he seems to know what he's doing. I can't make heads or tails of it.
Okay.
It is all in a language I don't understand. It's showing me places that I've never been, but I guess I now have or I haven't. I'm not really sure at this point.
Well, guess we need to make a choice then, since no one else is. I say we head back to Moth. Radovan said he had connections, so maybe he can help us out, and we can start from there.
There are those. We also have, which, I mean, goes into the summoning, which I'm not particularly adept with. I don't know much in the summoning routes. I do know about training, though, and that sounded exciting, but I don't know if we're going that way or not.
Well, if no one else is going to make the call, I might as well. Going somewhere is better than not doing anything.
That is true. And Moth is closer. So, I mean, there's no saying that we can't do both.
Okay. Goes in to talk to Olin.
Everybody always leaves without saying bye. Alright.
He offers for you to come along.
Like, well, I thought we were doing this together.
I'm enjoying this from Alexi.
Alright, I will come. He follows us. Finally, a straight answer. I'm so happy.
How does it feel to be the keymaster who's also fed up with everyone's weird antics? Does it feel to fit that role now?
We are family. What is going on here?
Oh, Hana.
Oh, Hana means all going through some traumatic, player killing. And then not. And then everything's fine, right?
Oh, Hana,
Definitely.
The DM beats
Everyone's
your character
fine.
with your backstory over and over again. Alright, so, I have a question to ask y'all. What is the way you guys want to go about doing this? Because if you guys are just looking for, like, a particular person, solution, I hate to take you guys all the way from the dungeon you're just about to beat the boss in to, like, have a few sessions of roleplay to come back and finally beat the dungeon. If that's the roleplay...
we can probably just have... We can probably just have Olin message.
Well, yeah. I'm just talking about, like, what's your guys' plan of attack? Like, who do you want to contact? Who do you want to, like, get involved? Because we can kind of shortcut that, because a lot of it's just go there, talk to them, be like, hey, you want to help us out with an angel of madness?
Blank stares.
What's in it for us? Well, I don't know. There's some fucked up Black Sun facility you can raid afterwards if you want.
You'll have an hour before it's just raised around. You know, that facility's gonna be destroyed, but...
We'll give you an hour before he start using his ground control.
If anyone is up for it, Ishtar could, because technically she has the freeze emotion spell. So that would be useful.
Would it work against the madness?
That depends if it's natural or supernatural. Because she can affect natural states. Supernatural's out of her range.
I'm pretty sure it's from a supernatural source. I'm pretty sure it's a supernatural madness.
Sorry, I thought I was being very clear that it was supernatural.
No. I'm putting the idea out here anyway. She could not cast it because she doesn't have high enough levels. She probably could if she had aid from someone else that was more powerful, but I don't know if Hell Knight's going to go walking into this willingly.
Yeah, it wouldn't work anyway.
No. I mean, talking to Radovan would be a really good way to do it, because Radovan knows people and has connections.
And we love Radovan.
Yeah, and we get to see him again.
We can just all sigh at him lovingly while he contacts the Magus Order to see if they got anything.
And it's the only two, like, contacts I'd say we might actually have a chance with something is, like, Radovan, and if that doesn't work, like, Shot in the fucking dark, but Ken's, like, dojo or whatever.
Yeah, but then we'd have to go fucking have a training montage and gain levels in martial knowledge to learn from a master how to fucking do energy, and that's only if they have, like, some martial arts or key thing that we can learn their technique.
Those are my two ideas. The Radovan one sounds more feasible.
I also have a sinking feeling that Alexi's probably a better master than most martial arts masters at this point.
But he doesn't necessarily know that technique.
No.
And I also, part of me is delighted by the idea of going down to see Ken again, where he's already like, oh man, sucks, I'm a little weaker than everyone. And then we're just like, what's up, fucker? We're like
even more soul.
He's been training.
Well,
Level 10.
I've been looking at pictures of really creepy animals, so I'm okay with Fenwith. Fenwith turns into the centipede thing. I'm gonna go lay down. No, I think Redwood's the best. Go.
I will also mention that Ishtar has the freeze emotion, which makes you just immune to all psychological states.
Yeah, that's what I was referring to. I went through and with the updated spells, she only gets to a level where they don't feel pain.
Wait, what? That's in the... Oh, no, I have to read Spanish.
Did they nerf it?
Okay, the translation I got, she can cast basic and intermediate. Advanced is 12. She doesn't have that, she has 10. So basic, she can affect natural states, and intermediate, same as base grade, but the affected person also stops feeling pain.
Welcome to tabletop planning. No matter the system.
Well, it also doesn't help that they have an update for the book that balances it out quite a bit. But, you know, it's all in fucking Spanish.
Yeah.
Which I can read, fortunately.
If it helps, it's level 26.
But I'm not fluent. Yeah, I know. Thank you, though.
Yes, give us your power. Osmosis it to us.
Oh, it's destruction. Oh, they did change it. That's interesting. Yeah, you would need the advanced one. Crazy.
I mean, not being able to feel pain has a lot of uses, but
yeah. It's just one of those situations where it's just like, I see. That's just like, of all the spells that they didn't nerf transferring it over, this is the one that they nerfed pretty bad, which is interesting.
But you look at other spells and you're like, what about this?
Sever Existence still works relatively the same.
I've never heard of the Severing Existence. I've heard of this Reality Knife, though. We've gotten that wrong for so long. It's really funny.
That note, Ishtar is unable to help, not unless she gains aid to do this. Which I don't think the entire Crow household is willing to crawl out of the cave they're in to come assist.
They like their gross little cave.
But yes, so, I mean, like, we can do an RP of this, or we can just shortcut to, you know, you guys getting some help from someone. I'll leave it to you guys on what you want to do.
But I love Radovan and Ken.
I'd say, like, understandable that, like, wanting to go quick. I at least would like a little bit of...
We all want a little bit of Radovan time.
Just a little bit of Radovan. Give us a taste, Cameron.
We like the NPC.
No, I'm not saying you guys can't. I'm telling you guys, you have the choice to roleplay or not.
I think we'll go to Rosencrantz and talk to Radovan, and then whatever result he comes up with, we can just speed through that part.
That's about what I was thinking too. I want to see the boy again. I want to see what he's done.
We haven't been gone for very long at all.
I think you guys have been gone for like 3 days.
Yeah, great progress he's made.
But you don't understand, Karen. It's been a month and a half in game time.
The city has already been like, just, it's now a utopia. Everyone's happy.
The Inquisition's actually been like completely like brought back into the fold of like, you know, the rest of society. You know, they're working. Every now and then somebody gets a little like twitchy handed when somebody does magic. They're like, whoa, calm down. Remember, friends, not food.
We've played video games before. We know how this works. You walk outside the town and you sleep for one night, and the entire city's rebuilt.
Yeah. I mean, like on the gate is like a little rite of apology where it's like from the Inquisition, like, "Oops, we made a whoopsie. Didn't mean that one, gang. Oh, we'll let you."
Give us woo.
That would be great if there was a fucking one of our Inquisitor that was just like, "Whoopsie doodles, I didn't mean to do that."
Whoops! Didn't mean to kill that person. Oh, I thought you were.
Didn't mean to do a crusade on you all. Sorry
Oh,
about
darn, I
that.
feel so bad.
Genocide, you guys. My bad.
Oh my god, it's fucking Alan,
That's
but he's in the
embarrassing.
Inquisitors.
It's anytime you log onto a website when it's down. It's the whoopsies. Seems like our code monkeys have broken the
I've
site.
escaped the server. You're like, stop trying to be cutesy with me.
Just tell me that your fucking site's not working.
What's the ETA on coming up? Otherwise, they don't want to hear it.
Yeah.
The Wumpus is out of the closet. Shut the fuck up. You're a business.
God.
And us would also drop the option, as long it might be a shot in the dark, but he could also ask Lauren if Lauren knows anything that might aid, because he is a genius.
There's a difference between a savant and a galaxy brain. I do like Lauren though.
And, yeah, I mean, we can see.
But I don't want to hurt. You can go say hi to Lauren. It's been a whole 3 days, says to the other vampire who will last fucking centuries upon centuries upon centuries. We've already established, look at 50 years is like, you're grounded for a week, puts you in a coffin for 10 years. Only 10 years? Come on, we should at least do 50. They're never going to learn their lesson with only a decade. Alright, fine. 50 years. Aw, dang it.
So minor RP and then time skip to where we're back over the facility.
You think that's a good way to do it?
Alrighty, I gotta change the time. So, slight problem with that. Well, not problem per se, but if you guys go back there, it's gonna take you a month. Then the Citadel actually has to go back to the peak of the world to recharge.
Alright, the refuel.
So we can go fight dragons? I mean,
Dude is in a great state to go fight the sculling. Fuck yeah.
So you guys are looking at like 3 months.
I'm sure the Angel of Madness ain't going anywhere.
Not going anywhere.
Why did you float this, Cameron?
I mean, the doctor's probably going to be dead, but
He ridicules us for not using allies and then tells us we're adding 3 months onto our dungeon with 2 living things left in it. Well, arguably living.
I don't make the rules, or at least I did, but they're already set. So here we are.
Cursed. Well, we
Anyway.
can send a message at least to contact with the Magus Order and see if anybody knows a way to do something. I don't know if anything can help us without spending 3 months refueling and then floating places.
I mean, we can always shoot the brain message over and then see if there's any chance of it. So then we're still there.
Yeah, because it takes a month and 3 days to get from the facility to Rosencrantz.
I thought it just literally took a handful of days.
I just measured and it was 1,000 miles.
Yeah, this thing moves like stupid fast. That's why we made it from like up north to the like tournament in like 5 days or something.
Oh, no, you know what? You're right. It is not a month and 3 days. I am wrong. It's
I
33
figured it was like a refuel
hours.
problem.
It's 33 hours, not days. That's
Okay,
my bad.
I thought I'd missed something on like the mechanics of the ship's
No.
refueling. No, we travel stupid fast in this flying castle.
So, actually, it took you guys a day and a half. There you go. So, never mind. Not 3 months.
Okay. So we can go to Rosencrantz, we can go talk to Radovan. It has been like like 5 days since we left, if even.
Pretty much. Well, yeah, it took you guys day and a half to get here, day in the facility, and then a day and a half
outside.
back. So
yeah, we've taken 2.
Well, no, you didn't
No,
spend
we
the
took a
whole
short
day in
rest.
the facility. You
Because we took a short rest. We took a short breather. We didn't actually spend the night in there. I'm sure that would have been great for our psyches.
Yeah, the longer you guys spend on there, the more of the psychic stuff gets harder to resist.
Yeah. It is. All right, we go see our vampire. Cool.
So, you guys head over to Rosencrantz, and yeah, so Owen doesn't even need to go recharge. So,
Oh yeah,
just a snap of his fingers, and you guys appear a bit from the city gate.
We don't want to be too heretical now.
So we get to heal a little. We get a restful day.
You do get one restful day, yes.
Ooh, I'm full health. Shifty.
I'm not at all.
66 out of 150.
I didn't take damage, so.
81 out of 310. I got bisected by Alexi.
As you guys all enter in, I mean, besides the damages outside the gate from the fight you guys had, like, 6 days ago, or no, it was longer than that, because I think there was, like, a week you guys spent in Rosencrantz.
Yeah, we had some weight that we were there.
So, there's still damages, though. Outside the city, you guys... I mean, it looks all the same. Not a lot has changed in the 5 days since you've been here.
I could go check up on my protege, who's definitely not left already.
Hey, we know a doctor if we need to get stitched up from all of our wounds. We also happen to know magic caster with several magic casters with heal. There's also a hospital we could go to.
Oh no! Didn't I state that Arthur stayed like a few days and then fucking did?
Yeah,
you did.
Bounced.
I just don't remember it. I don't. Yeah, the reason that made me think, like, did I mention that he stayed like a few days before leaving?
No, you mentioned he stayed a few days and then he just left without saying goodbye.
Then he could be here if it's been like 3 days. He might be still with Rosencrantz. Or if he's not already in Rosencrantz, he knows y'all are coming back. He senses you.
But you all head off to Radovin's mansion. Heading up there, you guys open the door. Or not open the door, knock on the door.
No, we just walk in like we own the house. We're family, we just walk in.
That seems in better spirits.
The door's opened, and there before you appears to be a female butler. Who looks at you all and she says, "How may I help you all?"
We're here to see Lord Radovin.
Lord Rosencrantz is at his new estate currently. I can give you the address.
That would be appreciated.
She goes and writes it down on a note and hands it to you.
Okay. Looks like he's moved. So, let's go.
Pip is just carefully stepping so the talons don't, like, pull at a rug or anything.
You guys were stopped at the door, so...
Okay.
So, you didn't even go inside. But, heading off, you guys go to one of the nice, like... It looks like a really nice hotel. It's very Gabrielese in design.
Don't just some more, please.
And as you guys kind of come in, you guys have to go all the way up to the penthouse on the top floor.
He's just reliving that vacation stay in Gabriel.
He's never left.
One day the window shopping will be the same. Don't worry.
Looking at from the outside of the building, looking at this hotel, does it look like one giant floor at the very top from what we can see, or does this look like multiple rooms?
It looks like there's multiple rooms, but it's hard to tell.
Okay. Up the stairs we go.
Well, they actually have a elevator system.
I don't know if Fenwith will fit.
Let's see.
He's not like a bigger size with this.
I'm
You
more
can
worried
tuck
about
them.
the feathers and stuff being compressed into a tight space.
You can tuck them in pretty decently. I mean, birds can too. And he's part bird. He'd make it so he could.
Gets
They're
clipped
bulky,
slightly.
but
No, Fenwith is gonna have to worry about the talon scraping a carpet.
no, he just like walks on like the balls of his feet with like his toes up essentially, so like the talons just barely like click.
But yeah, no, this is kind of one of those old rickety. It's like a dumbwaiter style elevator. It's all done with counterweights and pulleys.
Can I just like fly up and like open a window?
I mean, you can try.
Just steps leg on it and tests it. But there's stairs.
There are stairs.
I'm just gonna take the stairs.
Alexi kind of looks in and steps in, and then there's the.
And it kind of bounces when you step in.
Kind of like looks around with a face, and takes another step in.
Sebastian, like, who has his floating back up. He's currently floating again, just
It's already gone. Just
if something happens in this, the elevator would collide with me. I am also taking the stairs. And he's going to float up the stairs as well.
Yes, Cameron, we do have to roleplay getting up the elevator because you've so lovingly put it in our way.
That's true. I did provide you guys what I thought was, you know, a little bit of
Building, flavor
ease,
tax.
but no, I put an obstacle. It was a fucking
Nope.
door.
We're
It's a
we're too
door in
immersed.
disguise.
We're too
I'd like to
immersed.
make a tactics check on this elevator, please. I have to plan out how we can use this.
Or don't tempt him. He's gonna have the fucking gazebo. It's
like a-
Anima. It could happen.
Just like a slight tenseness. And then settles.
What about you, Anastasia?
No, he's Enderman going up the stairs with the shadows.
Oh, great. So you're saying Alexi's on an elevator he's never used. Cool.
Okay, cool.
You take the stairs too.
Up.
Wow, what a weird culture shock, like in reverse. You
Guys
say
like
this,
that?
nothing happens. You notice there's a panel in front of you.
They had those in the facility.
They did. Looks
He
at
just
it.
pushes into
And I
us.
mean, they're in numbers that he would recognize.
It's true.
They're not adult. But
Well, that's right. He can read.
let's see, he's trying to go to the top.
Imagine learning Latin.
But you know what? The top in the tournament brackets is usually the 1, and he'll press the 1.
All right. Nothing happens.
Try the 2.
You do so. There's a brief moment. You feel it kind of shudder, and the gate kind of goes closes.
His
in front of
hand
you.
goes to the handle next to him, or more likely his like weapon.
And then you feel a shift. You feel your weight drop suddenly, and then you slowly begin to ascend. And you go up 1 floor.
Hmm.
Bing.
You know what it is? The top button is broken. He'll go up the stairs 1 floor.
So you're all walking up the stairs. And you just see Alexi kind of like walk onto the stairwell in front of y'all. 1 floor up.
You break it?
No. The number 1 button was broken, so it did not go to the top. I went to next to the top floor. I'm actually surprised you guys made it up so fast.
No, we're on this. We're on the second one. It's the highest number is actually the top.
Oh, well, that makes no sense. But whatever, and he'll start going up the stairs.
Tamworth has no idea if he's actually right, but he's banking on it. We walk up the stairs.
Hey, Cameron, you love it that this elevator roleplay?
You know,
This isn't D&D. This is advanced tabletop. This is next tier tabletop.
I'm gonna have to clip
In this
like,
house,
this
we have
whole
problems with
part.
elevators. We have
That's
advanced past the need for doors.
When are you going to talk about this in tabletop?
The bizarre thing is you guys have been in much more technological facilities and have made them work, but then when it goes in reverse, man, you guys just went way out of your element, apparently.
Expect more from these.
You see literal computers!
Yeah. We expect more from the
There's only 2 ways to go in Anima for us. Either we just like grit through it, do it like regular, like some fucking medieval fantasy shit, or we just walk in and it's like telepathically like, where do you want to go? And we're like, oh shit, up, and then it goes up. We're
No,
not
I
used
know.
to this.
It's such a weird, like, reverse technological shit.
You're good role players, Cameron.
Yeah, no, I mean, it was funny. Like, I'm gonna have to clip that whole part of just players being defeated by elevators. But anyway, so yes, you guys eventually climb all the way up to the top, and you see the penthouse has like it's like a few rooms. But you do see a room that looks rather official, as there's like wait staff kind of setting out in front of the door.
Nanas goes up to the door. I'm here to see Radovan Rosenkreutz.
Do you have an appointment?
Do I need one? I am his family and I need his help.
Oh, they look at each other kind of nervously. Okay, sure thing. One moment, and he kind of goes up to the door, like knocks on it, enters in. There's a long wait. Suddenly, the doors are flung open, and there's Radovan standing in the center of the doorway.
Feathers.
He's wearing a rather like lavish outfit.
He's got the like just killed my husband like long robe on.
Sure. No. It's just his over the top
No,
like
with you.
style. Like a red petticoat flared out, gilded vest beneath with like pearl buttons, silky cravat, and he looks at you all and he says, "It's been a while." And by well, I mean a few days. So I'm assuming there's something you all need.
Sorry
Yeah.
for.
He just goes quiet.
Sorry, what?
No one else is just apologizing for bothering them.
Oh, cousin, please. Come in, all of you. As he kind of like escorts you all inside.
Just gives everybody a weird look, like, why are you being weird? Goes
He moves through the door. Yeah, no, we found a place that Sebastian wanted us to help deal with, but there's a thing in there that kind of makes us attack each other. So we need to find a way to not do that. But you know the group of shamans.
Yes, I think I know what you're talking about. Thing that makes you all so contacts. You want me to get in contact with the Magus Order on your behalf?
He nods. The feathers kind of like tuft up some, and but he gets it. Just yeah, it's the Angel of Madness, and we can only hurt it if we hurt its soul, but it makes us hurt each other. So
Oh. I hope you're all alright.
but it smiles. It's a smile
He's-
shape.
He's like, I see something has happened.
Can he
All
hear
right.
your weird fart?
I wasn't going to ask questions. Go ahead, sit down. Tea goes out to the guys up front. He's like, I need a lot of chamomile tea. Go get some lavender incense. Warm milk.
Maybe a masseuse.
Oh,
Like,
and
just
what's
goes
that
with
thing
the
that
sea.
you humans like to eat that makes you kind of sleepy? I've heard this before. What was it? It's the bird with the thing that hangs from their face.
Sebastian looks confused.
Turkey.
Is there winter turkeys? I actually don't know if there's a winter turkey.
I don't know if there are fucking turkeys in Goldar.
You import turkeys.
You
to,
guys are in moth.
I'm not sure I want a moth turkey.
They have
Oh.
normal livestock here.
There's
I
winter.
know.
There is winter turkeys. Okay. You are thinking of the bird, the turkey.
Yes, thank you, my good man. Get a large. He looks up at you guys. Get several large turkeys delivered up here.
I would look super confused, but happy to be here, I guess.
Sebastian is much of the same, except for happy to be here. Also very confused.
With that, Radovan kind of comes over, gliding. He takes a chair, puts it out like near you guys, and it's like, all right. Obviously, you have a story to tell, so come on, tell it to me. I am Alias.
Kind of like
How much detail we go in is probably up to Sebastian, because it's kind of his thing.
This is the mix. Sebastian looks a bit troubled at this. He actually has a small inkling of an expression. Just looks kind of conflicted. Kind of looks up to Radovan, just what we say never leaves this room. He stares at him for confirmation.
I will take it to my coffin.
He's been in one of those kind of recently, so I'm not sure how. Don't worry about it.
And Sebastian nods, kind of looking towards Saucier for like slight confirmation.
He just motions for you to go ahead before nervously putting a hand behind his neck and just looking the other direction.
And Sebastian will give a detailed account, if not kind of dry and clinical, of the events of what happened in the laboratory.
He gets emotional context from the rest of their faces and postures.
Trust me, you guys have been big warning signs from the moment you walked in the room.
Yeah.
An empath like Radovan is already on like high alert.
Also, lots of us don't have a lot of composure. It's only Sebastian.
I see. All right. So, where to begin? Where to begin? First of all, Sebastian,
Yes.
you're amazing. Good job.
Apprehension.
Is that a threat?
He's like an abused dog given a treat. Like, is that a trick?
As for the rest of you, it's okay to feel bad about what happened. It was terrible. What you did was not your fault, but you're permitted to feel bad about doing it regardless. As Mayor of Rosencrantz, I permit you to feel bad. Alright, now that you all seem a little more relaxed and a little looser with your expressions.
Relax. Sebastian's still attacking. Why don't he just compliment me out of the blue? What does this mean?
Yes, but now
My
you
whole
all
wolfish
look
chat.
a lot less like you ran over a dog on your way here. So,
He kind of just like leans over to Alexi and just like tugs a talon and like the leather from on. Like, does that make him basically like a chief?
I...
I
More or
guess.
less. Yeah. You would
He
be
nods.
the leader of this village, so yeah. That would make sense.
They don't have a shaman, so is he then the chief and the shaman?
Oh, they have the crow people.
All right, so they do the shamans.
They're just very big, so they need a bunch of shamans, I guess.
Maybe well, this place is kind of dangerous, so they need a lot of help for each person. Yeah. He nods. Seeming settled with that, kind of like leans back away.
So, first, before we do anything else, we're going to do a little bit of TLSC when it comes to your spirits, as it were.
Maybe he is a shaman.
I should have that tea here shortly. There's a knock on the door, and it's like, perfect. He goes out, and they have like a tray cart with like tea and crumpets and little like macaroons on it, and he's like, perfect, thank you so much. They need this a lot, trust me. And he kind of
Quick question.
like, sure.
Has the tea already been brewed?
Yes.
All right.
All right.
He needs it for like roleplay context. Don't worry about it.
No, I'm aware. It's clipped on the channel
We all
for a
remember
reason.
We remember the incident.
Yeah.
Not only that, but there's clips of it. It's great. Anyway, so he comes over, and he like gets you all some nice chamomile tea.
Sebastian looks at like the cup he's given. It's like, you've delivered this a little too late.
No, I think I've delivered it on time.
It's supposed to be much clearer and then darken over time, I thought. And I don't see the bag.
It's in the pots. Oh no. Okay. He sits down and he says, let's handle one problem at a time. I'm more worried about your feelings than
No, clearly the tea is the
your
worst
tea.
scandal here.
Drink it, I promise. It will help. So, first of all, are you all friends?
Yes.
Yes.
I practically consider them family, and Frost Kelly are on their own right.
He looks at them very carefully, drinking his tea with this tiny little teacup. He's trying to be so gentle. Just, yeah, no, I don't have a clan, so they're the closest.
So are they just to fill the space for your clan? Do they mean nothing else?
The feathers kind of like fluff up at that. No.
Then are they your friends or aren't you? Why do you have to closet like that?
Because it's. He just kind of like struggles for a moment. Just like. I would not do some of the things that I would for them that I would for friends.
Alexi like does a knowing sip, like, haha, you got called out.
So, you must separate your friends from your clan then. They are different people. Understood?
He kind of like tilts the head, not understanding what if he's misunderstanding something or if he's the one misunderstanding something. Two different he's. Okay.
You seem uneasy.
No, clan is just more. He just kind of gestures with a teacup and then stops.
So your clan is more important than your friends.
I don't have clan anymore, so they are a new clan. He kind of sinks a little into the feathers. They just kind of foof up.
Okay, we're getting somewhere. So they're your clan now, yes?
He just kind of sips tea. Well, not a real clan, but if they want to be, then yeah. I treat them like it.
So wait,
You don't make
them...
oaths to strangers. He just fluffs up, like, indignant for a moment.
So wait, do you want them to be your clan or don't you?
Well, yeah, I wouldn't have, like, almost died a couple times for them.
Oh, really? Alright then, you seem like you can't quite marry the two. Sorry, that's probably confusing. You mention your friends and your clan separately, but you want them to be a part of your clan. Why don't you do this, Finwith? Ask them if they want to be a part of your clan. Do it now.
He looks really confused and flustered. He's like, but we're not a clan. There's only so many. That I don't know the Latin. I'm not good at this. We don't have a chief and a shaman, and we don't own land or claim any hunting land, and we don't have our own stories. He looks really flustered. We don't have, like, a founder. We're not a clan, but treat them like clan. I can't just make clan. You don't do that.
Why not?
He just looks at him, he just looks at Alexi like, I don't know what to tell this guy. Like, he actually, like, flicks out, like, a wing towards him with the, like, free hand that's not holding the teacup. And just switches to Goldari, and it's just like, I don't know how to say it to them. They don't understand. Like, you can't just make a clan. Not unless you want to go to war.
Oh, man.
Imagine. Some Skulling goes around and says they're making a new clan. On whose land? That'd go well.
I'm curious. Do I pull a Caleb and just not have an accent when I'm talking in Goldarian?
I mean,
This is the roleplay y'all wanted. Now we're here.
Yeah. I love Radovan. I love tormenting him with our problems.
Yeah. Alexei looks, he's like, admittedly, I'm not particularly, well versed in, the clans of Goldaria, but if I had to guess, he's probably hinting more that, one of us be the founder, or the chief, and, I mean, you could be the shaman.
Oh no, I never finished my training for one. And for two, I I don't know if he's like trying to say that they can only be friends or if he means like a family, but we're not a family and we're too small and we don't have any rights to make a clan. I'm very confused what he wants from me and I'm starting to feel kind of pressured. I don't want them to misunderstand and think that they don't mean anything, but I don't know how to explain the culture to them. Why are Southerners like this?
They're more like
That's a-
Easterners for you.
Yeah, it's still.
That's fair. It's like, it's just their way of like putting labels on things, I guess.
Plus, he acts like he's from Gabriel anyway.
Oh, that's true. That's fair.
You're not wrong.
I mean, I'd like to consider that we are a family.
It's super confusing, but when. Oh, they're too different too. This is confusing. No, we're not. We're not blood related. Blood brothers is different, but that's clan. I don't know if Latin has words for these things.
Alexei thinks. And
I mean, I
starts
made an
as
oath
weird.
to him that we are blood brothers, but I would consider you all. I would make oaths if you asked. Not that it much fucking matters, and it's like all of the feathers just up from one place, smooth back down.
Sebastian, do you do this often where they just talk a different language in front of you?
I mean, they don't fully speak Latin.
Still. Does this happen?
Occasionally.
Yeah, it's normally for like
Don't
short
you
little
feel
snippets.
left out?
No.
Alright then.
And editor's note, he does.
No.
I'm just kidding.
So then is the closest for me to just say family and be done with it? Do you think he would just like... Because you think it's more like family, so maybe he will think that.
I don't know. He seems to believe that if you do not call them clan, that you will think them lower, and maybe family would be considered.
I've ruined it. Shit.
I am sorry for talking like this. We are trying to figure something out. And then he turns back.
No, take your time. Do whatever it takes to be comfortable.
I don't know if that makes it better or worse. Devour his eyes. This was a bad idea. We can just leave. Do you think the window's open?
God. I don't... I know that I don't completely understand the language, but I need you all to be able to communicate sometimes. It's getting ridiculous. Anastasio just walks off. And for a brief moment, he was like perfectly fine, and he told me where he was going. But then Sebastian just like, and I was by myself. No, we have to figure this out.
Well, I mean, I've been trying for a long time. That one just walks off, or he vanishes into the darkness. Like he thinks he's one of the fates. Just in and out as he pleases, and then Sebastian's working on things. That's not fair.
I mean, Anastasia was also working on things.
Well, yeah, but
And might still be working on things. I mean, technically his,
Anastasia knows how to be like a person.
God,
So-
what is that bastard consider? His uncle? His uncle just died recently.
If you're going to be talking about other people in the room, I appreciate it. You do it in the common Latin.
Blinks. Thanks. All right, their names. Yeah. Anyway.
And we're like gesturing.
And you're gesturing
Yeah.
somewhat exaggeratedly in their direction.
While they are just gesticulating toward, like indicating towards both of them, Sebastian just like sets his teacup down, kind of disappointed. Just do you just have hot water in one of those tea bags?
This is not the experience I signed up for.
I liked it better when it was gross.
This is not the tea I know and like.
I see. You know what? You've earned it. He pat your shoulder.
I don't. Backs away.
Radovan, he has an issue with being touched.
Oh, my apologies. There's no good way to say that. I'm a very... You know what, so I'm gonna go get you that hot water now. And he just turns and walks out, and he's just like, can we get like another tea set, but this time don't pre-boil it? The guy looks and he's like, oh yes sir. It's like, good, thank you. And he comes back, he's like, your tea will be here shortly.
I am also sorry. We are coincidentally talking about a better way to communicate, and it is a little silly. I think silly is the word that we are communicating without communicating. If that makes sense.
You're telling me
The best I can figure is not friends, more like family. There. For you, that is, I think, the best translation. Clan is too complicated to explain.
is it? He kind of like stands up. The way you talk about clan has a sense of I'll try to speak in a more plain manner. You seem to have lots of respect for your clan, yes?
There's an immediate complicated expression at that. And
okay, so there's a problem.
He shrinks a little in on himself. And he kind of just like clicks his tongues together and he like waves a hand aside. He's like, that's other things. No, clan is half of who you are. You are yourself and your clan, and I was only myself for a long time. And now it is not just me anymore.
Yes, but then your friends are not clans, so you're still missing the other half?
I would do for them the same things. I would swear the same oaths. I just cannot say that they are clan because I cannot make a actual clan. It is the difference between there are things you say, and then there are things that feel more than you can say. But people say them anyway and don't mean them like that.
It's like as if someone claimed to fight in someone's name and then actually going out mustering troops, mustering the higher command to actually wage war upon something. They're saying something than physically doing it. He looks over for confirmation.
Yeah. He just shakes his head. I don't have the words. They mean a lot, though. They are not replacing clan. They are just, I care about them as much.
Finwith has already sworn an oath towards me. So.
I think you're all missing a part of the picture here. The thing is, right, if the clan wasn't some part involved, then when I asked that question earlier, Finwith wouldn't have brought it up. Subconsciously, he can't make connections without thinking about his clan. Everything relates into its approximation to clan. I'm not asking you to found a nation. I'm not asking you to found an actual tribe. What word you give it doesn't mean anything. It's what it means in your heart, he points at you, Finwith. It's a problem that you're running across. You say that they're as good as clan, but then when you're talking about them, you can't help but mention clan. Clan this, clan that. It doesn't really matter. It could be your family. Us Vitella have a similar thing. You know, many of us are too concerned about lineage or what family name you have, that everything else revolves around that. So I understand. But you don't have a clan, but you keep bringing it up.
He kind of waffles over something. No, I don't.
So it sounds like you're having a hard time letting go.
I don't know what you know about Koldar.
I've
But-
heard of the roving clans.
Hold on.
I love how we mentioned RPing with this stuff, and all of a sudden it's become an instant therapy session for Finwith.
No, he's like trying to backpedal out of this so
mean-
much. This is too much.
I mean, you're all gonna get your turn. I'm pretty sure.
You're
You
talking
walked
to
into Radov's office.
Radovan. You guys literally asked for this.
And yeah, sorry, no, the kitten had Acer trapped. I also realized that I was having this entire conversation in a T-Rex onesie, which really just adds to the atmosphere, I think. But then he just kind of nods and then what do you know about the sculling?
Honestly, very little. Nothing very good.
He nods.
A lot of particularly aggressive followers of the Destroyer.
Devourer.
Devourer.
You're not wrong. I'm sculling. We raid, and we are hated by everyone but us. clan already means a lot in Goldar for people, for the other clans. But most of my clan was buried under a mountain a few years ago. And so I have been alone. Because no one likes sculling. But they're not from Goldar, and we fought together, and now we have kept fighting together. So we are not sculling because I am barely sculling anymore. But they mean a lot to me, and I have asked them to go with me to probably stop the sculling from doing something bad, like what got them buried a few years ago.
All right,
It's
now we're getting
complicated.
somewhere. Do you feel sometimes doubt that maybe they look down on you for being sculling?
No, the sculling have not done anything to them.
But you're aware
Other
of
people sometimes.
the perception of the sculling, right?
I'm the only one they really know.
So you have no concerns that they might look at you like some raider?
No. They've seen me be a monster many times. If they were scared of that, then they would not travel with me. Especially after one of them attacked Alexei. But it's okay. It's instincts, not mine.
I don't know. I'm sensing this strong sense of guilt about you. You've been very meek. I've seen you at the dinner. You are much more brazen then. But now you seem more meek, more careful, reserved, closed off.
He just kind of like flicks his hands. He's like, I was for a little bit after I attacked Alexei, and I just did worse, so. I know it's not my fault. I still feel bad for a bit, though.
There's still some hesitation there, though.
You don't understand, Clan. You would not understand the rest.
Oh. How so?
He just flicks back to Goldarian for a moment. It's like, no, I don't want to explain this to Southerners or Easterners or wherever's. They don't understand what it means. He just kind of like looks to Alexei, beginning to get like legitimately, not like his meek tapping unsure, but like he's beginning to grow more still and like hold the wings stiffer. Somewhere like on the edge of like flight or fight.
I guess what are you trying to get across?
I'm an oath breaker.
Does that make you feel like that you're untrustworthy?
I know that it won't happen unless something messes with me again. But it wasn't some other creature, it was just me. And you've talked me out of it before. You all talked each other out of it. But I couldn't be talked out of. I broke my oath. I didn't just hurt him, I killed him. Oathbreakers are to be punished. And he like slams a fist down on like the chair where he's seated. It's like, they're not welcome in any clan, much less their own where they're ashamed. Not that that matters for the sculling, but none of them understand what I have done. And they won't. And even if I explain it to them, they still will not do anything. What, am I going to beg Sebastian to do the 10 swords right on me? up and looks away for a moment. Just...
Radovan gets up. He kind of goes over to Alexei and pats you on the shoulder. He's like, I think you all need to have a discussion about whatever's happening here. I will excuse myself for a moment as he glides out of the room.
And as Finwith is saying this, you will all see like a kind of like a look of like come across to Alexei's face. And he'll nod to Radovan as Radovan leaves. He's like,
and he's immediately shrunk back into himself again.
he like places a hand on Finwith's shoulder and shakes him a bit. Okay. You see Alexei kind of like think for a moment. So I am going to try to describe what we have talked about to the best of my ability. Okay. Looking at Sebastian and Anastasia.
Laszlo takes a sip of the tea, cringes at the taste, and goes, okay, and just sets the teacup down.
It is come to my attention that the blood oath, he points at Sebastian. Do you remember what it entailed?
Yes. I'm aware of what a blood oath means.
And in Finwith's eyes, he has broken the blood oath, if that makes sense. And in many cultures that some of you might understand, Anastasia, you might have a sort of idea. You have oaths in your clan, yes? The Servants?
Yes, not all of them are spoken outright, but yes.
So in these oaths, if one were to break them, what would happen?
I don't think the punishment I could mention would equate to whatever you guys do. So unfortunately, I don't know if I can give a good example, unless you guys lock your troublesome people in coffins for a few centuries.
Oh, it is not like that, and we don't have quite the similar thing, but I do remember reading some historical things on Goldar. So, admittedly, locking someone in coffin, kind of grim, honestly. I don't understand. It's fine. We'll get to that. But much
One
like...
culture at a time.
Fair. In Goldarian culture, breaking oath leads to punishment, just like punishment for your oaths being broken. Their punishment is more like you can't have a clan anymore, and one will go under thanks. 10 sword punishment. It is a hard one. And if I remember correctly, Vale, you might have to remind me, it's where 10 people with swords attack the person naked by themselves, correct?
Yeah, it's in Goldar you cannot just execute somebody. It would be dishonorable for both the person being executed and the executioner to kill someone without giving them a fighting chance. So you are naked and unarmed, and you fight 10 of the clan or the city's most elite warriors with shields and swords, fully armed at the same time. If you survive, you're pardoned.
Sure.
It doesn't normally end like that.
I don't know if you're able to knock out the people who do the thing either, so I don't know. That would be something to ask Cameron whenever he gets back.
I think not dying and being able to take them all out, whether you kill them or not, would still have regained your honor. It's a big ask.
But the big thing is 10 individuals with arms equipped would of the clan would go against Finn with naked with nothing.
Kind of glances at Sebastian with the cocked eyebrow.
I mean, I have no interest in doing that.
That is what Finwith believes would be equivalent to atoning, I suppose.
Just like in Galar's. I mean, if you killed someone you had a blood oath to, you've killed a member of a family or close tribe clan, then exile or 10 swords would be. He nods. Sounds good to me. Reasonable.
I am curious though. He'll like turn back as he like addressed him and go on Galdarian. Would that be? What does it say if the person comes back? I am not familiar with any special prerequisites.
If you manage to fend off all 10 swords, you are pardoned.
Oh, no. I mean, what if the person that you killed was alive?
Don't think they have a precedence for that.
He goes, there is no law for it. That one's not written.
We may have a problem because there's no precedent, or he wouldn't know that word. There's no rule for if the person who was murdered is still alive.
Well, then wouldn't the precedent be whether the murdered party wishes to pursue any sort of charges? Because I can say this here and now. I have no interest in doing any sort of retribution towards you, and at least in my eyes, I do not view you as an oathbreaker.
He just huffs and in Latin. It's not a matter of the law. It's about honor and what is right.
So you're saying honor is more important than our forgiveness of you?
They are two different things.
But you're placing honor as the higher importance rather than us forgiving you.
They stand beside each other, but they don't make the other one go away.
You're making it sound like forgiveness is not even there anymore and the punishment must go through. That's like a child apologizing and still getting punished.
If you've broken 2 arms and I splint your left, I've still broken your right and not helped. I told you they wouldn't understand.
That is true. I admittedly do not understand.
Just give them time.
I don't understand really the concept of honor or being honorable. It's not something I've ever thought of.
It's fine. It shouldn't have come up. It wasn't going to because it doesn't matter. I don't have clan anymore. I will never have clan again. So, exile's fine. I did it myself once. Now I just deserve it. I am still here. I'll still fight. I will still help. I still want help.
So you're choosing to punish yourself
I
when
cannot lock myself in a
ultimately
cage and animals or 10 men. You can't miss something that you didn't have.
I do have a question, though. Would me swearing an oath towards you fix anything, or would that be pointless?
He just looks upset at that and just. I've killed you, and I know you're okay. But I have sold days of your life to something evil in having killed you. In not listening. I can't give you days back. I can't make it even. You can make oaths if you still think I am trustworthy. It doesn't change that I have broken an oath. I didn't want to talk about this because I knew that this would happen, if it happened at all. It doesn't change what I will do. It just makes you all feel bad. I can be alright.
will you though? Will you go back to being the Finwith we know? Or will this constantly weigh you down? Because something like this can do that. I should know. For the longest time, before meeting y'all, I lived with the guilt of abandoning my own family. That may as well have been a death sentence. Yet, my family chose to welcome me back. And they are, in a sense, a clan. They chose to have me back despite me breaking an oath to keep them safe. Because not only are they clan, they're family. They chose to look past that. So what I'm asking is, if we accept you as family, are you still going to let the guilt weigh you down, even though we've forgiven you for it, and we go through everything that needs to fix this honor you speak of?
He just keens the noise, half man, half owl, and the frustration. It's odd. It gets too high piercing just for a moment before it cuts himself off and he realizes it's too loud.
Nas is like a finger in his ear because it's kind of like a dog whistle for him.
All the baton nearby. Who's that?
I didn't like that at all.
I hated that. Finwith just rolls a hand for a moment, the talons kind of lightly clicking together. I don't know. Normally it just goes away after a while. I can be upset for a bit, and then I'll be fine. It doesn't... I said it before. It won't change anything. It wasn't if we didn't talk about it, and it won't if we do. I don't have enough of your words, and you don't have enough of my people to understand. That's not bad. It's hard, but it's I can't fix that.
Well,
I just want to keep other words, I guess.
if language seems to be a problem. And Sebastian stands up. just he has kind of a slight tensing to him, but he just kind of indicates like, "Can you stand up?"
Sets the teacup down first and then does so.
He does his best to keep his composure, but Sebastian approaches and gives you a hug.
Oh, he like actually like pulls his arms in a bit and like backs away slightly before he's like touched and just. Sebastian, you don't have to. He's just a tense line of muscle.
He takes a step back. He appears calm.
Did you roll your composure?
I shall.
In his head,
It's just that too. It's just like cracks.
Oh my
to the
god, that's
floor.
a fucking open roll. He appears calm. I understand this has significance.
He just clicks the talons together, like unsure what to do. Like whole body just like shifts slightly. He just reaches out carefully and just taps the edges of the talons, like it's like the edge of your shoulder, before he pulls the hand back. Thank you. You're really terrible at hugs.
I've only given the one. At least partially based off what Anastasia said. The normal you is the reason I was even willing to do that. Thank you for helping me.
Sorry, I tried to bite your throat out.
I don't hold it against you.
Sorry, I broke my oath.
I don't hold that against you.
Sorry, it's taking a while to keep the other promise of dealing with the thing.
I don't hold that against you.
He nods. I know. At least with us, you have honor.
You will have to explain to me what honor actually entails later.
I can't explain breaking it to you. Maybe Alexei can teach you. He kind of like leans down slightly and just... He might have weird Hoffman honor, though. Take it with a grain of salt.
I will keep it in mind.
Does Sebastian have good enough memorized to remember... Actually, I'm not sure if he's the one who said that one wrong or if it was Alexei.
Either or. If it was explained to him, he understands what the idiom means. Of course, he remembers it.
Which idiom?
I'm sorry this is really hard for everybody. I didn't want to go into it because of this. I'll be okay. It will all be done.
I believe I am the last person to apologize towards for having issues with anything emotional.
That's okay. I know how you are. It's alright.
Anastasia, you would notice behind them, like as they're like talking, Alexei just lets out a deep sigh and it's just like lounging down, like finally.
Runs a hand through his hair. Looks at him with, how could I also not consider you family? You brawled my entire household, and you fucking obliterated them. How could I not count that as family?
He kind of like looks to Alexei for a moment, for a moment there's like the argument of like, but we're not actually family. Like what what? And then remembers, okay, no, this is their closest, and so he nods. I'm sorry I upset you, and I'm also sorry that I thought you were going to eat Sebastian for a bit.
No, that's to be expected. I'm not normal like the rest of you, as you call it.
Well, I also thought that Alexei was going to kill you because you were trying to save him, I think. And he looks really, really confused for a moment.
There's no logic with any of it.
He just nods.
Nothing about that facility was normal. So it's fine. Those thoughts were just our own twisted against us. Now, are we ready to let Radovid in? I hear him pacing outside the door.
I would also like my properly made tea.
Yes, just don't. I just don't want to talk about the oath thing. Unless he, looks to Sebastian and he puts on a very serious face and, straightens up. He's like, but if I do break another or you decide that you want to test honor, I know that you will not put me in a ring with 10 men, but most people probably wouldn't anyway. He just kind of gestures himself, sculling. You can put me in a cage with 10 wild animals.
I don't know why I would do this, but if it helps.
The intent that it's an execution just goes whoop, right over his head.
He's seen Finn with fucking fight people for fun. It's like, I don't know
what 10 wolves are gonna do to you, my guy.
I have seen you purposefully pick fights with bigger things, so I guess that's fun.
It would be very cheap, though. You would have to find Chimera or something.
10 chimeras would be a hell of a fight.
It would be kind of fun. Were it, he switches the Goldarian, were it not over the squabble of honor or death. But he nods. He's like, it would be a very fun fight, though. Before you died. Unarmored and unwept. I think I would die to 10.
Just kind of turns towards Anastasios, just like, I am confused.
That makes 2 of us. Guess
it's
we'll
fine.
Figure it out as we go.
It's okay. You can bring back your cousin.
What we say doesn't leave this room.
Give me a second. And he goes outside the room and closes the door behind him. So he can talk to Radovid for a second.
He's like...
Radovid's there. There's now several carts with full turkeys on them and an tea cart. And he says, yes, how can I help you?
Okay. We're ready for you to come back in, but we've already figured this out. Bringing it up's only going to agitate Fimwith, and he may run if this keeps up.
I never thought I'd see the day you would chastise me on a social situation.
You would chastise me over your friends. These are mine.
Good enough, I suppose. Well, we have some hungry Vikings in this room to feed, so come on, he claps and the doors open and several carts of turkey are brought in. And he sets down the tea set for Sebastian. He's like, here, now you can make it to your specifications.
Thank you. As he puts psychically, teabag drops in the water, lifts up, and immediately takes a sip.
Hot water.
Too heat.
Did you wait when it was too? Did you drink it when it was too hot too again? Burn yourself a little?
Oh yeah, of course.
That's the best part. He's become a tea snob, but not the proper way.
I hate this family.
Amazing. Truly. But beyond that, you all seem, at least on the outside, to be better, more relaxed in the situation. So he doesn't bring anything back up. All right, now that the most pressing matters have been taken care of, how can we help you with your Angel of Madness and not going crazy?
We need some sort of help towards our protection against psychic abilities, and also means to damage something's soul. I at least have partial means to do so, but I have no understanding how effective it'll be. Getting more resources would allow me to come up with a stronger plan for us to go in and deal with it.
Okay, so you want someone who's proficient at damaging souls and someone who can help protect you from madness, correct? Okay.
That is what we need. And also, Sebastian, at least, in more information on whatever it is would be beneficial. We have a decent amount of good information already, but perhaps this order might know more. As he relays at least a description of the thing, so Radovan can provide it.
All right. I will do my
Could you
best.
make a robot copy of it with your machine, in theory?
I mean, in theory.
Like appearance-wise. Oh, I guess you only really saw the shadow of it, though.
He had the description of it explained by Anastasia, which helped fill in some blanks. And in that part, when he's explaining the description, he is just parroting Anastasia, verbatim.
Sounds kind of edgy. Where have I heard this?
This doesn't sound like something Sebastian would say.
It has the implication of emotion somewhere in there. Finwood goes from the nervous, upset, not hungry to the nervous, upset, I have to eat because I don't know what else I'm gonna do.
All right. For now, just relax. You're here. You've gone through some terrible things and have come out on the other side still breathing. That's enough to celebrate for. And I promise I will not drill in any therapy unwarranted further. So you don't have to look like you're about to crawl out of your skin.
As he trips off a chunk from the turkey.
Sebastian takes another sip of the tea.
Finwood pointedly tries to look less uncomfortable. He only ever saw Radovan upset too, so he hasn't been around him when he's doing his touchy-feely, flaunty happy. This is really strange. But it's okay, it's not nearly as strange as fucking Sebastian, so.
From that point, as you guys are all eating and having a good time, he just goes into some stories about some of his current dealings with some of the other Vitella lords, Vitella mayors from their places, and he's charming, funny, witty. He has all kinds of fun stories to tell.
Are they ever rude to him in his stories?
What kind of?
Oh no, they're incredibly rude. And then he's just like, the lady's blouse looked like she was wearing a diaper beneath her dress. It was god awful. You figure in the centuries they would learn a sense of fashion that doesn't make them look like giant toddlers, but no.
What is he talking about?
I think he's. Oh wait, swap. I think he's talking about the cloth that we wrap on children.
Huh. He kind of just turns back and is like, I have a question.
Sure.
If they're rude to you and you're a chief, how do you handle it? Obviously you just said that you didn't, fight them, but...
Well, I mean, they're chiefs of their respective villages as well. So, it would be impromptu war if we were to be outwardly aggressive.
He nods.
He's learning your
Yes,
language.
and
So
they were rude to you first. They did you a dishonor. It would be in your bounds to challenge.
right. Unfortunately, our village here is still very, very out of sorts, as it were. We just, our chief just died recently. I mean, you were there, And if I was to start something and not be able to back it up, it would just make us look weak. Sometimes there's wisdom in being a little reserved.
So do you need us to go take care of these people?
Oh, no. If need comes, we'll have a duel. I'll stab them in the heart a few times. It'll be great.
Oh, that's right. That doesn't kill you.
Nope.
Or does it? If you stab them, okay, you've done enough then. He nods.
I mean, you have proof of that. You saw the family mantle at my parents' house.
Your family's
you
a
did
little
say that your
different than
Heart
us.
got ripped out.
True, but proof that we as a race don't need our hearts. Or any other organs, for that matter, comparatively to them. Where they need everything.
That's true. That must be hard.
I don't know if it's magic or if Goldarians are just stronger than Southerners then, but I definitely knew a guy who got stabbed in something and it went rotten, but when they pulled it out, it was bad for a while, but he did live.
I mean, humans are tenacious, if anything.
He nods.
Alexi had a question, but then he thought better of it, and so he
In the very least, we're trying to make a place where people can come together and use their words, not their weapons, to talk things out.
What if you're bad at words, though?
Then you learn.
What if you used both? That way that you had I don't know, it would be more effective. You show that you can conquer them with words and with action.
Then I send you to the Sorbans, because that's more their wheelhouse.
They were fun. I enjoyed dueling your entire family. Anastas, yeah. We still
Throwing Trey into that wall was very fun.
His head is just in his hands, like, oh god, we're in this conversation now.
He didn't even seem to be mad at me after I also threw you.
Of course, it was entertaining for him because it was me getting hurt.
And your sister is an excellent warrior.
She is. She's probably still in bandages.
Not surprised. But anyway, I'll make sure that all your requests are heeded too, and we'll do our best. It might be some time, but I think we can work something out. I do have some political favors I can call in.
Thank you.
If it's too much, tell us what is owed. Tilted.
dangerous.
Yes, I know.
None of us realize this.
Listen, Fenwith is a sweet boy. He's just trying.
Also, we have not dealt with Radovid this much. The other part would be like, don't say that.
Don't do that. Don't do that. You're gonna be on a full movie shopping spree.
What are you talking about? Serena would be like, do it, come on.
That's
Because Serena went along with that shit. Jacques is already teleported out of the room before someone makes that claim.
For the sake of the people, I say dealing with this set is reward enough. But once you all have completely worked out what's going on, come back. we'll have tea again.
So after this, or after like all of our like big tasks are done, because we still have to go to the peak of the world, and apparently there are dragons again, and also we have to fight the undead king.
I mean, at any time, I'll be happy to see your faces.
Look forward to the tea.
Yeah, you do seem to be enjoying it quite a lot. Anywho, yeah.
I just thought about trying to do that with sweet tea, and it's even worse because it's like, ugh, you're fucking disgusting. I hate your character.
My thought was that Sebastian like looks down at his cup. Oh, it's gone too dark. Tosses it and goes to make another one.
No, he likes experience. It's like a ever-changing gobstopper. The more you go, just the different flavors, you know?
If you let it steep long enough, it's absolutely intolerable.
You just didn't like that that Radovan took away the experience.
And with that, we're going to end our session for the day. 8 o'clock
One more
exactly.
thing, if you don't mind.
We all
Okay,
knew this
sure.
was gonna happen.
While he's like holding like the little teacup, and he turns to Radovan and he's like, "If I could make one request, when we have tea again, could I have a bigger cup? I drink it too fast."
You're not supposed to drink a lot of tea at once.
Oh,
Then why wouldn't you just have beer? The Mike question we've all been waiting for. Or mead.
I mean, fair enough, I suppose. Next time, I'll make sure we have adequate drinks of a variety of drinks to take the edge off.
that could work. Since you can't drink much of tea, I guess. He sets the cup down and sets all.
Well, I heard it makes you humans pee a relentless amount.
Oh, so does meat.
Ah,
I don't.
you all don't
Stumbled
make
over the
any
retort.
sense.
Confused as fuck.
The real trick is to not go until much later, because once it happens, it never stops. It's
Thank you. My good sir, I don't need to hear any more about this.
scene.
His veil has died.
Oh.
You guys like my rendition of once you pop the cork, you never stop going.
Oh my god.
The Vitella just mortified.
Okay, stop. Joke's over.
Alright, so let's go ahead and do some experience, shall we? Interpretation. You guys, man, once you hit that therapy session, no holds bar, you all went full RP. I'll give you guys 20 experience points. I'll give you guys
My
3
camera's
experience.
too low quality for you to see my tears.
I'll give you guys 3 experience points for being here today, 1 for Anas.
Vampire freak.
Difficult actions, yes. There was definitely some struggling with talking to Radovan there.
It's hard. Weirdo. He doesn't
I'm
make
trying to
sense.
explain complex cultural things that I'm not a part of the culture of. And that the culture doesn't actually exist because it's a fantasy take on somebody else's actual culture. Per usual.
Fair.
Listen, my man's is struggling. He didn't want to make anybody upset, and he made himself and everybody else upset, including someone he barely even knows.
I mean, Radovan wasn't really upset. If anything, he's feeding off of this.
No, he definitely felt like he disappointed him, and that's the same as upsetting someone, so...
Anyway, I'll give you guys 3 experience points for getting grilled by Radovan. I mean, the second you guys walk through the door, he's like, okay, there's something wrong with these people.
My time has come.
None of them look like they're in a mentally proper place. And then hearing Sebastian's story, he's like, yep, even the quiet one must be going through something.
I can't believe you guys were gone for not even 4 days, and not only almost killed each other, actually killed one of you.
It's been a week, and you guys have gone through so much.
You made 2 Vikings come ask for help from wizards.
I do believe we skipped over the whole demon heart part of it. Sebastian's just back. We're not mentioning that he's made a deal or anything.
I mean, that depends. I don't know how strong Vitalis' senses are. Can he tell that he has an enlarged heart?
Oh, yeah. When everyone's heart's like... His is like...
Not to mention he's gone all kind of like pasty.
Yeah, it's true. You're also talking to a hemomancer.
Yeah.
He definitely knows something's up.
It's been under a week. How did you guys do this? We're talented, they say, sobbing.
But yes. He's also just... He can't help himself. He sees people and he will dig and dig and dig until you're weeping balls of emotions.
And then he'll build you back up again.
And then he's just like, ah, yes, let it all out. Let all the stress and tears out. But anyway, good ideas or plans?
I don't know, kind of going to Radovan. Kind of cleared up some of Fenwith's mental issues a little bit.
I'll definitely say hell. I'll give you guys 2 more experience points for going to Radovan for some therapy.
Yay, tabletop characters used to contact. Oh no, it was super effective. Not for what they thought.
Combat awards. Yes, there was definitely social combat. Most damage taken goes to Finwith.
Who gets most damage dealt?
You hugged him!
Radovan. Oh, that's true. You know what?
Well, we can't give it to these, so. I will say, Alexi fucking carrying this.
Yeah, sure. So, Alexi, you get the support award. Utility. Sebastian gets most damage dealt with that critical hug.
Do you know, like, if that had happened in any other circumstances, you would not have stepped away. You would not have been able to step away from the hug. You would just be there.
The face award. Y'all get a face award. And
kudos to our edgelord for finding me and giving an apology, and then immediately like, okay, I can't take this anymore. I've been too vulnerable.
That's another
definitely
just teenager moment. Like, oh my god.
Definitely player award worthy. So take a player award for that. We'll get to that here in just a second. The pity award, I think, also goes to Finwith. It was a hard time.
He's on the struggle bus.
Player nominations and/or kudos.
I'll give it mine to Anas for excellent, edgy moment, Suzanne. Perfect of the, like, I'm not actually, like, an edgelord badass all the time. I am actually, like, your friend, and, like, I'm sorry I snapped at you and stuff. I felt really bad about that almost immediately. And now I feel bad because I'm being too open. This is like I said I love you to mom, and, like, now I'm embarrassed. Cringe. Gotta go.
That's pretty great.
Fucking Alex, yet again, with another earth-breaking character development moment of Sebastian hugging Finwith. He touched somebody.
That's true. That was truly momentous. Take a player award for a hug. Never thought a hug was
Player-
going to be a character development.
And
but
Alexi
here we
just-
are.
Perfectly played. Cracking me up. I don't know what the fuck you're on today, Devin, but I'm glad you found whatever you were looking for in Alexi to make shit click. Just waiting for your moments.
I found my stride in a couple of sessions, and I think it's really loosened up something.
I love and completely empathize with the why can't these people be normal? What the
None of them are normal.
that fucking like headspace. I know exactly what Alexi is like going through.
Oh no, I felt his full body like sigh and just disappear into the couch cushions like, ugh. I hate being the responsible adult.
You know
I
what,
just want to fight things for glory and honor, goddammit.
I think this is a good session to really show like how far you've come with Alexi's character, Devin. So good job. Take a player award for that. What were you gonna say, Suzanne?
I was going to compliment it specifically on the scene where Anas and Alexi were in the hallway. He's like, "You said where you were going, and Sebastian was gone, and now you're back. I don't know where Finwith went."
You know, Alexi, take another player award, not only for that moment, which was hilarious, but the elevator moment, which was great.
Yeah.
And then the last scene, which was also great, where you nearly killed Vale. You just rocked the session today, so go ahead and take another player award for just being hilarious this session.
A great counterpoint to Finwith's full emotional breakdown. Behind the world's shittiest fake smile.
Thanks, guys. I'm glad I could help.
Any other player nominations then, or kudos?
There was a lot of really good, just character background actions in general. Honestly, from pretty much everybody. There was like people like describing how tense they were in a scene, still being there, even though they weren't the ones talking in the scene. I think everybody did a good job.
I definitely noticed. I mean, Vale, as always, good job describing your physical actions with Finwith. Really, really
And
good.
tormenting you all with tearing off body parts.
Take a player award just because you've done well. This session was really, really good. I think it really came through. Anastasia, Suzanne, you actually did really well compared to a lot of recent sessions with just characterizing yourself, having your moments, having those descriptions, non-verbal characterization. I say it over and over and over. It's so good. So good. Take player award as well.
This is all around a really good session. Like, everyone fucking big fucking kudos.
Oh yeah, kudos to Alex for that entire scene where you're like, you know what, I'm gonna ask Horcrux something. Nah, fuck it, I'm not getting anything out of this. Next.
He wanted something Sebastian's not going to give. Like he said to Horcrux when he did it, like, I've lived a large portion of my life a fucking prisoner. I'm not doing it again. I don't care if I get some... Old Sebastian might have said yes. Because it also... That moment where I was like, I want to take this. Oh, he'll offer it. I had to think through if Sebastian morally had any issues with what Horcrux could do. He doesn't. He doesn't care.
I appreciate you bringing back up the fucking horrendous take on tea that your character has.
Fucking callback. He was great.
The tea thing was great. Take a player award just for that, Alex. It was...
What is up with your characters and not knowing basic food and drink?
They don't, like, come from places that would understand.
I've
No
heard
cheese?
of cheese.
Heard of it? Jeez.
He knows,
That was
he
a
knows
pretty bad one.
cheese exists. He doesn't know how it's made.
Well, you know how they make wine, right? Yeah, you take the grapes and add alcohol. No.
Plus he's on a ship. He doesn't, like, work around animals.
What was that scene I need to clip today? Oh, yes, the fucking elevator scene. That's right. I need to
The
do
elevator
that.
and
Yeah,
the
that
other
entire
scene was that you have part of it clipped because I looked. Just the end of it where I'm explaining, like, you know, you think things look bad and they all turn up great. Then Vale goes, I hate you. I hate you.
You and everything that comes out of your mouth.
You're the tail end of that.
Yeah, I just need to go and edit.
Yeah.
It's gonna be some homework on this one for me today, so that'll be fun. But need more
Glad I
clips.
can help provide you with more content, Cameron.
That's all you
Oh,
are,
yes.
Alex. Content and a mini addiction, and a really cute cat who was fucking with me in one of the scenes when she was literally just like rubbing right there on your chin. I'm like, I can't do this right now. Stop.
I wonder if she noticed how like legitimately anxious I was getting working up to that, because I had that thought partway through the conversation, like once language started to come up, like I could do this, and then I started to get actually nervous and anxious. Like
Maybe animals will come comfort you. Acer does when I'm sick. Obviously, he doesn't care about my emotional distress, but I get about that distress playing most characters anyway. I get to in a character.
Yeah, it's fun to have immense emotional distress in session because it lets you play a character more. Like when I actually was going through with like Sebastian Huggy Finn with, my heart was fucking pounding. Like, good God,
Like, I'm scared of touching. I am going to touch a person. Oh God.
terrifying.
Also, I actually have another, or I have one to point out for Vale. I really love like subtle like character hints, but not people don't necessarily pick it up. One particular one that something was definitely wrong is when Finwith was deliberately being like, no, I could go by myself. It's unnecessary. Like making a bunch of excuses when they've definitely done it before and it was nothing. I love like little like just subtle things, and that's one that I caught.
You noticed that one? Sebastian didn't. I did.
Finless wanted to go talk to the shaman for advice, but then he didn't even get to the really distressing part before he got shot down. It was like, I'm just gonna go die in a corner. Bye.
Olin is a very no shit kind of individual. He's
Yeah,
just
he's
like,
also been like,
recognize you're a problem and deal with it.
he's used to working with stubborn Vikings, not stubborn, marshmallow-hearted Vikings.
That was a particularly great moment, though.
Glad you caught it.
He's definitely not a gentle individual by any means.
And Fenwith would absolutely never willingly go alone anywhere when he could go with everybody.
And I do apologize for Radovan just railing into to Fenwith. He literally can't help himself. He will dig at whatever kind of feelings you have until you just can't help but bring them out into the open.
It's horrible. But it does save us Fenwith stewing for forever on that before it ever comes up. If it ever comes up. Depending on the party composition, as we saw with Jock.
It's true. We did
Radovan gets to work on him out of character for forever.
Did have some interesting viewpoints on like the difference between clan and your friends, and I think some interesting character points got pointed out about Fenwith
Actually,
this time
that
around.
is another kudo I'll give to Suzanne for Anas thinking that like he was choosing the value of honor over the value of their forgiveness. And Finn was trying to explain, like, no, these are two entirely separate things. Like, I'm not putting one over the other. They can exist together.
In Anas's mind, that's what he heard, and that's what he kept hearing over and over again.
Yeah, no, that's what I like that. It was similar to Radovan's, like, yeah, but you're not just saying that they're your family, there's hang-ups. I was like, yeah, because I don't know how to explain to them properly, like, the cultural things. I'm getting really distressed, please stop. This is starting to get really close to an actual problem, and I really don't want to talk about that because it's really not relevant at the time. Oh god, here we are.
Yeah.
I can't make him stop, because if I tell him to stop, then he'll probably be upset at me, and then everybody else will be upset, and then they'll definitely think that there's like 1,000 problems wrong.
We've all had those situations. We've all had those situations where someone's trying to make you feel better, and they're just not letting it go.
Christ.
But it's okay. It did do what he wanted in the end. Guess had a nice talk about the situation at the very least.
And Fenwith got the first, only, limited edition Sebastian hug.
It's true. Blessed.
Don't expect another one for a while.
It was the shittiest hug he's ever received. He's been grappled and half mauled by wargs that aren't done with their training, with more love and tenderness than that fleeting hug from another human being.
But did it have as much meaning?
No, it didn't. Puppers are good. But Sebastian was better.
You know, I expected to have this session today and be like, okay, today we're going to finish off the Lord of Madness and we're going to move on. No, it turned into a therapy session.
No, we had to have that first before we go take on the Angel of... We did a 2-part prepare ourselves for the Angel of Madness, and that's, 1, we went to go get something to deal with it better, and we shored up our, resolve, got some stress relief. This is like a Darkest Dungeon. We had to retreat from the fight. We'll go back and finish it later. We need some time at the bar.
Next special session will be a sparring session.
Sparring and getting drunk,
no.
yes.
We are back in Rosencrantz. Just go up to the Sorbons and go, hey, anyone not beat up from the last time we sparred?
Time for more PvP.
Anyway, thank you all so much for watching. If you are watching and have not done so already, please follow and see more amazing content like this. We do Cradle to Crypt and Anima Beyond Fantasy every Monday, 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. It's one of the few places you can actually see an Anima game in English anyway. I actually know there's some Spanish ones out there. And French. I've looked. So there are a few out there, but we're like the only English channel that does it. So, if you want to see this fucked up system run, here we are for your amusement. We also play Pathfinder 2nd edition, Tuesdays and Wednesdays. Catch us then. Also, if you want a chance to possibly play with any of us in the future, go ahead and check us out in the Discord down below. I always recruit for my new games there first. So come join us. There's also a bunch of other people there who's there for the role play. It's really great. We're just getting started, so it's going to be a little empty for a bit, but we're working on it. And I also am updating this and another campaign to my YouTube, as well as some tabletop/Pathfinders 2E videos there as well. So if you go over to YouTube at Battle Gamer, you can see us there. It's a long-winded way of ending this, but we're going to go ahead and end this for the day. I want to thank my players so much for being here. Thank you for role-playing with me. And we're going to go ahead and say goodnight. So say goodnight, everyone.
Nighty-night.
Good night.
Good night.